Good morning, everyone. My name is Sherry Babowski, and I am the Retirement Benefits Manager at the Fund Office. I've been with the Fund Office for approximately 30 years, and I've been the Retirement Benefits Manager for about 20 of those years. I want to start by thanking all of you for joining us today for our webinar. Last year, when the whole world went a little bit crazy, we moved our in-person seminars to webinars. We did 3 of them last year, so this is our 4th ever webinar. Feeling pretty comfortable with the technology, but if we have a little glitch or so along the way, I would appreciate your patience while I get it worked out. This broadcast is being recorded, and it will be posted to our website approximately 1 week after today's presentation. If you are having trouble hearing me over your computer or phone audio, if you're watching on your phone or your iPad or something like that, you can watch the webinar on your computer or your iPad, and you can call in and listen to the broadcast on your telephone. So the call-in number and the access code are there on your screen, and they also would have been included in the email that you received when you registered and the reminder emails you got yesterday and this morning. The handouts for the webinar were included in an email that was sent to you approximately 2 weeks ago. You can also access the handouts through the presentation on GoToWebinar here. You just click on the box and you pick the handout option. If you are watching on your phone or your iPad, there's a little icon at the bottom of the screen that says handouts so that you can access those. Additionally, your personal information, your personal pension credits, your personal estimates of how much you can expect to draw as a pension, those were all mailed out to you through the post office about a week and a half ago. If you did not receive them, please give the Pension Fund Office a call on Monday, and we can resend those to you either again through the post office or we can email those to you. There will be a number of sections to the presentation today, and I will pause for questions at the end of each section. If you are watching on a computer, you're going to click the little orange arrow in order to ask a question, and that's the first picture on the top of this particular handout. If you're watching on your phone or an iPad, there's a little question mark icon on the bottom of the screen. So to submit a question, you're going to click on the question button and you're going to type and submit your question. There are 170 carpenters registered today, and I would imagine that if you're married, you're probably watching this along with your spouse. So we probably have an audience of somewhere in the neighborhood of 300 individuals. I will not be able to get to all of your questions. I will try and answer as many as I can, and hopefully within the presentation, I'll actually answer some of your questions just in the course of the presentation. If I don't get to your question, please don't be offended. Again, I'm going to try and answer as many as I can, but you can always give the Pension Fund Office a call on Monday, or if Monday doesn't work in your schedule, just one day coming up to ask your personal individual question. Again, I'm going to remind you that this is being recorded and will be posted to the Fund Office website in about a week, and many questions are answered through the course of the presentation. In the handouts, in the very first handout, which is pension information, on the 3rd page of that handout, there is a phone number sheet with important phone numbers that may be helpful to you. Of course, the Fund Office phone number is on there, and there are also phone numbers for Blue Cross Blue Shield, for VSP Vision, for the Health Center, many other resources that you may find helpful. We will take a few short breaks during the course of the presentation, probably 4 breaks, so that you will, be able to walk away and, use the restroom or get something to drink or whatever you need to do. We've had a lot of positive feedback about the webinar format as opposed to, being in person, so that you can watch it from the comfort of your home. Although we are still in the middle of the global pandemic, our full pension fund office team is working so that they can serve your needs as best as possible throughout the challenges we have while working remotely. Many of the pension department staff members are working remotely. We have a small core staff in the office doing things like scanning and sending out mailings. Although you cannot come into the office for a personal one-on-one appointment right now, we are still taking telephone appointments. We can schedule some one-on-one phone time with you to answer any questions you have, just general questions about retirement, or if indeed you are actually ready to retire at this time, we can assist you with the process of filling out the pension application with a telephone appointment. So please feel free to call the Retirement Benefits Department to schedule a one-on-one appointment. After you exit the webinar today, there'll be a short survey. I think it's 5 questions that come up. If you could take maybe 60 seconds or so to answer those questions and let us know what you thought or give us any suggestions about how we can make this better, I would certainly appreciate a couple of minutes of your time to fill out that survey. So now that all the housekeeping information is done here, let's get started. So here's an overview of today's topics. First, we're going to talk about what you need to do work-wise, in fact, what you need to stop doing work-wise in order to start your pension. We're going to also talk about how your pension benefits are calculated and all of the different pension plan payment options. And those 2 bullet points will be the bulk of the first part of my presentation today. After I talk for quite a bit, we will have Lily Fuentes from John Hancock Retirement Plan Services join us, and she will talk about the supplemental retirement plan, and she will present some Social Security basics. So that's a new addition to the webinar, Lily talking about Social Security basics. We have not had a section on Social Security basics since we stopped doing the in-person seminars. So I'm looking forward to hearing the information Lily has to share with us. After Lily talks with us, Nick Cortese, who's an attorney who works with the Regional Council, will also join us to talk a bit about estate planning, and he'll also talk about the benefits available to you through the Midwest Coalition of Labor. After Lily and Nick speak, I'll come back and we'll wrap up today's presentation by talking about retiree health care premiums and retiree health benefit coverage. That's always a topic of concern to people who are filing for pension. We find that it works better to talk about the pension benefits and the pension money and all of your different payment options before we start talking about the healthcare benefits, so that you have a full financial picture on the pension side before we move into the healthcare side. Okay, so that's our overview. Again, if you are unable to stay for the full presentation, it will be recorded, or it is being recorded, and will be posted on the Fund Office website in about a week. About a third of you who are registered for this webinar, this is not your first time. You've either attended an in-person seminar before, or you listened to one of our webinars last year. So welcome back to those of you who have been here before. To those of you just joining us, you may wonder why somebody does this twice. Why would somebody give up a whole Saturday twice? Well, as we go through, I think you'll find that there's quite a bit of information presented. If you pick it up all the first time around in the presentation, good for you. If you don't, and if you leave today feeling like you still have some other questions, please don't feel alone. A lot of people have many questions. It's a big decision, retirement and starting your pension benefits. So, we welcome your questions, and we do as much as we can to answer them. So, retirement and suspension of benefits. What is it that you need to do or stop doing work-wise in order to commence your pension benefit? So, in order to start your pension benefit, IRS regulations require what's called a legitimate severance of employment. And that severance of employment is really a two-part test. Okay. So the first part of the question, the first part of the two-part test questions is that number one, you cannot be working in any type of prohibited employment, and we will discuss what prohibited employment means on a following slide. And number two, you have to stop working in any capacity whatsoever for any contributing employer to the pension fund. So you cannot be working for a signatory employer in any capacity whatsoever in order to start your pension benefit. Okay. You also have to certify on your pension paperwork that you are going to stop working for any signatory employer. You're going to stop working in any prohibited employment capacity. And you will also have to certify that you do not have any intent of subsequently returning to employment with a signatory employer. Because under the IRS regulations, a prearranged termination and then a subsequent prearranged rehire is not considered a legitimate severance of employment. So you must stop performing services and have no intent of returning to work for any employer who contributes to the pension fund in order to start your pension benefits. Okay. There is an exception to the severance of employment requirement. If you are at least normal retirement age, and that means you're at least 65 years old, and if you are not performing work that is considered prohibited employment for a signatory employer, then you don't need to sever employment in order to start your pension. Okay? But you have to be 65 and not working in prohibited employment in order for this exception to the second part, the severance of employment requirement, to apply. So let's talk about prohibited employment itself. Prior to 65, you may not work in any occupation that is considered prohibited employment. In the pension handouts, pages P4 to P6 contain a handout that discusses prohibited employment. So you can't be working with the tools. You can't be working as a superintendent or a project manager for a contractor. You cannot be working as an employee of the regional council or as an employee of the fund office, such as myself. Different things like that. The main thing is, the main questions we get about prohibited employment circle around, do I have to stop using the tools? And the answer to that is yes. And then the second main question about prohibited employment comes in with respect to, can I start drawing my pension if I am a supervisor, a foreman, in some way, shape, or form where perhaps I'm not actually working with the tools, but I am supervising carpenters? And the answers to those are no, you cannot do those things. They are considered prohibited employment. Okay. Things that are not considered prohibited employment are also on the handouts. In fact, there's quite a list of things that are not considered prohibited employment. So you can be a home inspector for purchase or sale. You can work picket duty. You can be a draftsman or a CAD designer. You are allowed to be a safety director. You can do estimating. Okay? None of those types of things are considered prohibited employment. Another big question we get is, can I go work at one of the big box hardware stores? So can I work at a Menards or a Lowe's or a Home Depot or even my local Ace or True Value hardware store? And the answer to that question is yes, you can do those things. They are not considered prohibited employment, provided you are working in the store. Okay. A lot of those big box stores offer installation and home improvement services to their customers. So you cannot be the person who works for one of those big box stores who is going out to someone's home and do installations or home improvements. So, for example, you could be the person who sells cabinets within that store, but you cannot be the person that goes out to do the installation of the cabinets at someone's home. So those handouts are a really good summary of what does and doesn't constitute prohibited employment. So prior to age 65, you cannot work in any occupation at all that is considered prohibited employment in order to be drawing your pension benefit. Now, once you reach age 65, you are allowed to work in an occupation or a job that is considered prohibited employment, but you are allowed to do so only for less than 40 hours each month. And this rule is commonly known as the 39-hour rule. So you're allowed to work, once you are 65, you are allowed to work 39 hours a month in a prohibited employment capacity, and you can still draw your pension. This is in accordance with federal regulations. Okay. If you are interested in doing that, you need to complete what's called a 39-hour rule form, and that's part of the pension handout packet. You need to complete that form only once you're 65, if you're going to take advantage of the 39 hours, and you need to send that into the pension fund office. Now, those 39 hours are not transferable from month to month. So if you skip 1 month, you can't work double the next month, or you can't not work at all for 6 months and then 1 month work full time and say, oh, those are all my 39 hours built up. That's not how it works. It's a use it or lose it type of thing. 39 hours within each individual given month, if you choose to do so, not transferable from month to month. So that rule runs from when you're 65 up until when you're 70 and a half. Once you are 70 and a half, you are allowed to work full time in any capacity, even in prohibited employment, and draw your pension. So that 70 and a half age is also in accordance with federal regulations. So usually when we do the in-person seminars, I hear a little bit of snickering now, maybe a little bit of laughter, people wondering who's going to work full time at 70 and a half. I can't wait to hang up my hard hat and, enjoy my retirement. Well, we do have about 24 pensioners who are 70 and a half who are still working in prohibited employment. Now, I would doubt that they're out there on the job site, doing the heavy lifting, heavy labor, but they are still out there working, still getting contributions paid into the plan, and they are still drawing their pension benefit. So if you are thinking about either returning to work after your pension starts, or if you're listening right now and you're thinking, I want to start my pension, but I am still going to work and I'm not sure whether or not the job that I am currently doing would be considered prohibited employment, then what you need to do is you need to send in a job description, a written job description on your company stationery. Okay, so ask your employer for your job description. You send that in to the Retirement Benefits Department, and we will respond to you with a written determination as to whether or not that job you are currently doing is considered prohibited employment or not. Sending in a written job description is a very good way to go because it protects you and it protects the pension plan. So, for example, you just make a phone call. You call the fund office and you say, I'm working in this particular job and this is what I do. And the person you talk to says, oh, no, that's perfectly fine. You go ahead and do that. You can draw your pension and you can do that. And then 6 months after you go on pension, you get a letter from the retirement benefits department that says, hey, we understand you're working in the job that you're working in. We consider that job prohibited employment, so we're going to suspend your pension benefit and you're going to have to pay us back all the pension money you received. So you call up the pension fund office and you say, well, I talked to Joe. I talked to Joe at the pension fund office, and Joe said that this job was entirely fine and that I could do it. Well, there's a couple of problems with that. Number one, there's no Joe at the pension fund office. So, who did you talk to? And then when we ask you, can you prove this? Well, how are you going to prove it without a written determination? So having a written determination in hand for you about whether or not the job you're thinking of doing or the job you want to continue doing is prohibited employment is really the best way to go. A job that frequently requires a submission of a job description is a maintenance job. So if you are working in maintenance, we're always going to ask for a job description because maintenance can mean many different things. If your maintenance job means that you're sweeping floors and you're emptying trash cans, you're perfectly fine. If your maintenance job means that you're rekeying locks and patching walls and maybe replacing some drywall, well, then that is not okay. That is clearly prohibited employment. So we always ask for a job description with respect to maintenance. So I will pause for a moment and let you submit any questions that you might have. One question's already come through. Can I help my son remodel his basement? Absolutely. You can help your son remodel his basement. You can help your daughter building a deck on the back of her home. Just make sure the kids are repaying you with a nice steak dinner to say thanks, as opposed to actually paying you monetary compensation. I actually don't see any other questions coming through, which is quite surprising. Usually we have quite a few questions regarding prohibited employment. I guess maybe everybody today is just looking forward to retirement and is not looking to work once you're retired. But if you do change your mind along the way, please feel free to give the pension fund office a call, send in those written job descriptions, and we can assist you independent of today's presentation with your questions about prohibited employment. Actually, as I say that, a question just came through regarding working for Habitat for Humanity. Habitat for Humanity, many of you know, they build houses. It's a charitable organization, and you work for them as a volunteer. Absolutely, you can voluntarily work for Habitat for Humanity. You won't be compensated for your services. You are certainly welcome to volunteer and help out that very worthy organization. Another question about volunteering. So volunteering your services in general where you are not being paid is perfectly acceptable. Another question about, can I volunteer at my church? Yes, you can volunteer at your church and offer your carpentry services to your church to assist them as a volunteer, provided you are not receiving monetary compensation. You can drive a delivery truck. These are questions that are now coming through. Yes, you can drive a delivery truck. And the question attached to that is possibly for a construction company. Possibly, but what you cannot do is if you are currently working for a signatory employer, let's just pick a big one, Pepper Construction. So you're currently working for Pepper Construction as a carpenter, and you want to still work for Pepper Construction, but you just want to drive a delivery truck. Well, in order to start your pension prior to your being age 65, you must stop working for Pepper Construction in any and all capacities. That includes being a delivery truck driver. There has to be a true severance of employment from a contributory employer. So you couldn't just transition from being a carpenter working with the tools, being a superintendent, something like that, to just driving a truck for a construction company. If you need more details on that, you can give the pension fund office a call. A question about, can I be a home inspector? Yes, you can be a home inspector for purchase or sale. Like for when you sell your house, you have to have the city inspector come through. You are able to do that. So you can be a home inspector for a city or a municipality, something like that. Question from an owner, I think, an owner or an operator, about still owning your own carpentry business and starting your pension if you're not working with the tools. Owners can start pension without any restrictions at age 70 and a half. Prior to age 70 and a half, if you are an owner, you need to be what we consider a passive owner. So you're not required to sell your company, but you can't be the one running your company or working at the company, directing things at the company. So for example, a passive owner would be passive owner situation would be you, the owner, you're out in Arizona, relaxing and playing golf, and someone else, maybe one of your kids or someone you've hired, is up here, in Illinois, running your business for you. So for an owner to commence prior to 70 and a half, you cannot be an active owner. You have to be a passive owner where you're not involved in the business anymore. Question about the geographic area of the plan. Can I go work down in Tennessee? The geographic area of the plan is actually anywhere in the country covered by something called the United Brotherhood and Carpenters International Reciprocal Agreement, which allows for contributions to be transferred back and forth across the country between different pension funds. So the overwhelming majority of the United States, including Tennessee for this specific question, is covered by the international reciprocal. So that means that working down in Tennessee or working up in New England or working out in California, it's the same jurisdiction really as working here in Chicago due to the international reciprocal agreement. So you are not allowed to work in prohibited employment pretty much anywhere in the country. There's also a question involving working non-union. Can you work as a carpenter non-union and still draw your pension? And the answer to that is no. The severance of employment requirement pertains to a signatory employer. You have to sever employment from a signatory employer in order to start your pension. But prohibited employment, which you also can't do, remember I said it's a two-part test. The prohibited employment part, it doesn't matter if you're working for a signatory employer, a non-signatory employer, a union employer, or a non-union employer. You cannot work with the tools for a union or a non-union employer and still draw your pension. A question coming through is about is there a set amount of time that you have to have severed employment in order to go back to work for a signatory employer? The severance of employment rules are actually federal IRS rules, and in typical government fashion, the IRS says cases will be evaluated on an individual basis. So the IRS does not give us a set amount of time where you can just say, okay, I've been not working for a signatory employer for, 6 months or a year or something. Now I'm going to go back to a signatory employer, and to use the previous example, the question that came through, now I'm going to go back to a previous employer and I'm going to drive a truck for a contributing employer. So there is no set amount of time. The longer the better, clearly, because you don't want there to be any impression that you had this prearranged with the employer before you actually commenced pension benefits. I've seen time frames as short as 60 days, and I've seen time that and that 60 days was a legitimate severance. The carpenter retired, started getting his pension, had lunch just with one of his buddies from the old job, and found out that there was an estimator position open at the company, and he decided to go back to the company and restart working as an estimator, which is not prohibited employment. And he was working with a signatory employer. We asked for some affidavits. We got some information from the carpenter and from the company, and we were able to approve that return, just in that short duration of just being retired for 60 days, for 2 months. I can think of another situation where someone wanted to go back after 9 months, but that really had pretty much been prearranged before he started his pension, that he was going to go back after 9 months. And that was not allowed because it was legitimately prearranged before his pension started. So a couple questions are coming through repeating information that I have already given. So I would urge you to go back and listen to the recording of the presentation once it is posted on our website later this week. And a few other individual, very detailed personal questions are coming through. I would urge you to give the pension fund office a call to discuss those with the pension fund office. So I am going to move on to talking about pension benefits. I'm keeping an eye on the questions here. And again, most everything I see coming through, I've either addressed or is too personal to address in this type of a setting with almost 300 people listening to the presentation. So thank you to those of you who submitted questions. As I talk during the next sections, if you think of a question during the section, if you would like to type that question and submit it while I'm talking, I will go back and review any of those written typed questions, when I pause for questions again. So the bulk of our presentation today is about your pension plan benefits and how we calculate those pension plan benefits and all of your different payment options. Okay. Registration for this event today, the initial email we sent out was only sent out to people ages 55 and older. And registration for this event actually filled up in just over 24 hours. So most of you are already age 55 and older. And as I look through the credit printouts that were mailed out to you, I see most of you have quite a few years of service. So I would think that the bulk of you are familiar with the rules up here on the current slide about how you earn credit. So you have earned your pension credit by working for an employer who has a collective bargaining agreement with the council and who pays into the pension fund. No monetary contributions have been required from you, and no monetary contributions from you have been permitted to the pension plan. Now, I know you've given your blood, sweat, and tears, and some of you your aching joints and things because it's a tough trade. So I completely acknowledge that you have made a significant contribution through your work, but a monetary contribution to the plan has strictly been through the contributing employer's collective bargaining agreement, and that is over and above your union wage rate. So there have been no deductions from your no deductions from your paycheck toward your pension benefits. The employer contributes over and above your union salary. And credit is earned on a calendar year basis, January 1st through December 31st. If you work and have less than 250 hours in a year contributed, there's no pension credit earned for that particular year. If you work at least 250 hours in a calendar year, you pick up a quarter year of pension credit. 500 hours gives you a half year of pension credit. 750 gives you 3/4. 1,000 hours gives you a full year of pension credit. Okay. Starting in 1989, under the construction pension plan, because there are approximately 10 of you registered here today, your credit is with the Chicago Regional Council of Carpenters Millman pension plan, and those rules vary slightly. So if you are a participant in the construction pension plan, and if you've worked at least 1,500 hours in a calendar year, you picked up a year and a quarter of pension credit, and that starts in 1989. Prior to 1989, the most you could earn in any given calendar year was 1.00, one single year of pension credit. Also starting in 1989, if you work 1,750 or more hours, you'll pick up a year and a half of pension credit within a given calendar year. So in the information that was mailed to you, if you would please bring that out, if you would look at your personalized credit printout, and your personalized credit printout should have a capital letter A in the top corner of that printout. So your personal printout shows your credit year by year. You can see if you've earned a year, a quarter of a year, a half year. You can see that all the way through on your personal individual credit. At the bottom of the printout are your totals. So let's take a little closer look at your totals. So this screenshot here that we have on the next slide actually shows the totals that'll appear at the bottom of your credit. So you can see your total years of vesting credit. And for vesting credit purposes, even though you can earn more than a year of pension credit within a calendar year, the most you can earn for vesting credit purposes is a maximum of 1 year per year. Okay, so even though you can earn these extra halves and quarters, for vesting purposes, for vesting services, it's a maximum of 1 year of credit per calendar year. Okay, and that's going to come into play when we talk about health benefits, because your health benefit premium is based on how many years of vesting credit you have. Your pension credit, which is the next line down in this example here, pension credit is 48 years, where vesting credit is only 32 years. Your pension credit is what we use to calculate your monthly pension benefit. Okay. For vesting, the current vesting requirement is only 5 years of vesting credit. That has changed over time. Prior to 1976, you needed 15 years of credit to be vested. From 1976 to 1999, you needed 10 years of vesting credit to be vested. And starting in 1999, you currently need 5 years of vesting credit. And all vesting really means is that you are now entitled to a pension. Vesting means you have a right to a pension at retirement. Okay, so that's where we are with the credits. So vesting credits used to determine whether or not you're eligible for a pension. It's also used to determine whether or not you're eligible for health care benefits and how much you pay for health care benefits. Pension credit is what we're going to look at and use to calculate your monthly pension benefit. So also in the personal printouts that were mailed to you through the post office, the next piece we're going to look at is your personalized estimate. There are 2 estimates in the information that was mailed to you. I would like you to please look at the estimate with the capital B at the top right. Out of the 10 people registered who have credit with the Millman Pension Fund, about 5 of you have credit with both the construction and the Millman Pension Fund together. So in the information that was mailed to you 5, you have both construction estimates and Millman estimates. I would strongly suggest that those of you who have credit with both the construction fund and the Millman Fund, that you set up a personal appointment to speak with one of the retirement benefits representatives over the telephone. You have several additional options that most of the people registered here today do not have. So while I chatted there for a moment, you should have been able to have time to access your personalized estimate. Those estimates, when you registered, we asked you if you were ready to retire or if you're just kind of looking for some information today. If you indicated on your registration that you were ready to retire now, and if your retirement date that you gave us on the registration is within 6 months of today, then the personal estimates that were mailed out to you were mailed out for the date you asked for. Okay. If on the registration you just said, oh, I'm just looking for some information, or if on the registration you gave us a retirement date of maybe next year or the year after, then we based your personal estimates on July 1st of this year, July 1st of 2021. Okay. Estimates and application packets are only good for a 6-month period, so we didn't want to send something out to you that would be expired by the time you were ready to use it. Also, the estimates that you received are based on the credit that is on our computer system right now. So if you're not yet ready to retire and you think you're going to work for another couple of years, the estimates that you received only include credit earned up until and contributions received up until about 2 weeks ago when we created those personalized printouts. So if you're going to continue to work, obviously you'll pick up some additional pension credit, and then your estimate will increase. Okay. Pension benefits are calculated by taking the total years of pension credit that you've earned and multiplying by something called a benefit accrual rate. Okay. The current construction plan benefit accrual rate is $100 per year of pension credit, and the current Millman plan accrual rate is $66 per pension credit. Now that $100 and $66 accrual rate is provided that there has never been a period of time where you did not earn any pension credit for 3 consecutive calendar years. So if at some point in time you did not earn any pension credit for 3 consecutive calendar years, the current accrual rate likely will not apply to all of your credit. And as we go forward, I have some examples of pension calculations, and I'll show you what a calculation looks like for someone who has had what we call a 3-year break in service. Okay. If you are retiring from the construction pension plan, and if you are at least 60 years old, you will not have a reduction in your calculation for your age. If you are retiring in the Millman plan and you are at least 65 years old, there will not be a reduction in your calculation for your age. Okay. On the construction pension plan, the earliest you can commence benefits is age 55, and you will take a 5% reduction in your calculation for each year that you are younger than age 60. So if you're going to retire at 59 and start drawing your construction pension benefit at age 59, you're going to lose 5% because you're 1 year younger than age 60. If you are going to commence your pension benefit and retire at age 55 from the construction plan, you're going to take a 25% reduction because at 55, you are 5 years younger than 60. 5 years younger at 5% a year is 25%. So it's a 25% reduction for each if you go at 55 in the construction plan. Now that 5% is actually prorated by month. So if you retire and start your pension benefit in the construction plan when you are age 59 and 11 months, you are only 1 month younger than age 60. And age 60 is where there's no age penalty. Okay, so you would take a reduction of 1/12 of 5% if you are starting your pension in the construction plan at age 59 and 11 months. Okay. On the Millman plan, the earliest you can commence benefits is age 60. So you cannot start collecting a Millman plan pension at 55. The Millman plan, the earliest you can start is 60, and you take a reduction of 6.6% approximately for each year that you're younger than 65. Okay, so there's a difference between the construction and the mill plans. A lot of times people ask, why is there such a big difference? Why is there such a big difference in the accrual rate and in the ages between the construction plan and the Millman plan? Well, they're different collective bargaining agreements between the employers and the council, and they are legally two separate pension plans. And the contribution rate is extremely different. The current contribution rate for the construction pension plan is $15.34 an hour. So the employer pays in to the construction pension plan $15.34 an hour over and above your union salary into that plan. Whereas currently the Millman pension plan, the current contribution rate is $7.77 per hour for each hour that is worked. So the construction contribution rate is practically double the Millman contribution rate from the employer. And that plays a significant role in determining how much of an accrual rate an individual plan can afford to provide to its participants. Okay. So you have your personalized printouts at home with you. You can look at those. For example purposes, as I go through today's presentation, we're going to use this example participant. And our example that we're going to take through almost all of our slides, this carpenter is a construction fund participant. He's 60 years old. He's worked for 41 calendar years from 1979 to 2019. But due to those additional halves and quarters that he could start earning in 1989, he's actually earned 49 and a half years of pension credit. So even though he's only worked for 41 calendar years, he's earned 49 and a half pension credits. This particular carpenter has never incurred a 3-year break in service. So all of the credit is paid at the current $100 benefit accrual rate. So on your personalized estimate with the B in the top right corner, if you go about halfway down the page, you're going to see an A option called a 60 certain guarantee. And this is where your base pension calculation shows. So we take the 49 and a half years of pension credit that this example carpenter has earned. We multiply it by the $100 benefit accrual rate because this carpenter never incurred a 3-year period of time where he did not earn any pension credit. And it's just a simple multiplication. 49 and a half years times a $100 benefit accrual rate give us a monthly pension amount of $4,950. Now, there is no reduction for age in my example here because this carpenter is already 60 years old. Okay. If indeed you are not yet 60, then you might see on your estimates that you've received an age reduction here. So I talked about that 5% a year for each year that you're younger than 60 for the construction plan, or 6.6% for each year younger than 65 for the mill plan. You don't have to do the math. Your personalized estimates that you've received show that age reduction on there for you. Okay. So on the estimate here, this example carpenter is going to receive $4,950 for the carpenter's lifetime. There is no maximum number of payments. As long as the carpenter lives, the carpenter is going to draw $4,950 a month every single month for the carpenter's lifetime. Okay. no maximum number of monthly payments. We do guarantee a minimum number of payments, though, and that's why this option is called a 60 certain guarantee. On the 60 certain guarantee, the pension fund guarantees that we will make at least 60 monthly payments at the amount of $4,950. Okay. Well, what do I mean? I just said that there was no maximum. What happens if you live more than 60 months? And by the way, 60 months is 5 years, if you're not quick with the math like that. Okay, so 60 certain, 60 months is 5 years. So if you choose the 60 certain guarantee, you will receive this monthly amount. But if you pass away before you have received at least 60 monthly payments, we will pay the balance due up to the 60 minimum guarantee to your designated beneficiary. So for example, if you, the carpenter, take the 60 certain guarantee option, and if you receive 50 monthly payments and then you pass away, there will still be 10 additional monthly payments due to your designated beneficiary. Or if you, the carpenter, take the 60 certain guarantee and you receive 59 monthly payments and then you pass away, there would be one more monthly payment due to your designated beneficiary, and that monthly payment would be at this $49.50 amount. Now, if you, the carpenter, are still with us, you are still living, and you continue to receive monthly payments past 60 months, past 5 years, that's perfectly fine. The pension fund will continue paying you, the carpenter, for as many monthly payments as you are with us. But if you pass away after you have already received the minimum guarantee 60, there would be no additional monthly payments due to a designated beneficiary upon your death. Okay, so you, the carpenter, you might receive 400 monthly payments, 450 monthly payments. Let's go. Longevity is increasing. Okay. But if you've already received 60, when you pass away, the monthly pension stops. Now, there are ways for you to take a benefit that's going to provide a surviving spouse if you're married. It'll provide a lifetime benefit for a surviving spouse, and we'll look at those options in just a few minutes. Okay. So before we get to the spousal options, let's pop over here. I already previewed this slide for you because I was showing you the early reduction factor. So this is a different example. This carpenter is only 58 years and 2 months old and is commencing pension benefits. This carpenter worked for 32 calendar years from 1988 to 2019 and earned 42 years of pension credit within those 32 calendar years. So again, there's no period of time where this carpenter had 3 consecutive years without earning any pension credit. There is no calculation break in service. So it's simple math again, 42 years of credit multiplied by the current $100 benefit accrual rate. And because this carpenter is a little over 58 years old, he's going to take about a 10% reduction for his age. If he had gone exactly at 58 years and 0 months, then this reduction factor would be 0.90000. But because he's got those extra 2 months in there, he gets a little bit more than 90%. So he's not quite losing 10%. Okay. I do see out of the corner of my eye questions coming through about what happens if the carpenter dies pre-retirement, and we will talk about that in some upcoming slides. So in this example that we're looking at here, because the carpenter is younger than 60 in the construction fund, he's taken a reduction for his age. His monthly amount is $38.15 on the 60 certain guarantee. Okay. For those of you who have a calculation break in service, and that means at some point in time, you went at least 3 consecutive calendar years without earning any pension credit, part of your pension credit is paid at an older benefit accrual rate. So this example here is a construction fund participant who is 58 years old, worked from 1988 to 1996, and earned 11 3/4 years of pension credit. He stopped working and stopped earning pension credit in 1997 and did not earn any pension credit at all from 1997 to 1999. And that's a 3-year calculation break. But then came back and started working and earning more pension credit and earned pension credit again from 2000 to 2019. He earned 21 3/4 years. So this 11 3/4 years of pension credit earned prior to the calculation break is paid at the $50 accrual rate, which was in place in 1996 when he stopped earning credit. The new credit that he earned when he came back in 2000 and worked from 2000 to 2019, that is paid at the $100 accrual rate. So we just do two separate sets of multiplication, the 11 3/4 times the 50. There's a 10% reduction for the age. He's receiving 90% of the value. That's $528.75. Separate multiplication, 21 3/4 times 100 times 90% because of that 10% reduction for the age, $1957.50. We just add these two amounts together to get the 60 certain monthly amount of $2486.50. Okay. So that's what your calculation on your personalized printouts look like if indeed you have a 3-year calculation break in service. Across the construction plan, approximately 4% of all participants have incurred a calculation break at some point in time during their working career. Under the plan rules, there are no exceptions to a calculation break. You certainly have the right to file an appeal with the appeals committee to say you don't think this is right and you think you should qualify for an exception to the calculation break, and you can present your reasons why you think you should qualify for an exception to the appeals committee. You have every right to file an appeal, and the appeals committee will hear your appeal. I will tell you, though, in the history of the plan, no appeals on this topic have ever been granted. There has never been an approval to an exception to a 3-year calculation break. There needs to be a cutoff at some point in time, and the year limit that the trustees put in place back when the plan came into being was a 3-year calculation break. The employer contribution rate for these 11 3/4 years of pension credit back prior to the 3-year break in service was a much lesser rate than the current contribution rate. So anyone who has a 3-year or more calculation break will see their credit locked in at the older accrual rate when they stopped earning credit. The accrual rate chart is actually posted on our website and is actually also in the pension fund summary plan description booklet. Everybody got one of those mailed to their house the last time they were reprinted. If you don't have one and you would like one, you can either access a copy on our website at CRCC, like Chicago Regional Council of Carpenters, crccbenefits.org. Okay, so you can pick up a copy of the summary plan description there if you would like to see that. The other thing I would like to mention when we're talking about age reduction, we count you the age that you are going to turn during any given month as of the first of the month. So for example, if your birthday is July 17th, and you are going to be 60 years old on July 17th. Provided that you're not working and you've severed your employment, You can start your pension on July 1st. We will consider you 60 in the example I just used, even if your birthday and you're not actually going to be 60 until July 17th. We would count you 60 as of July 1st. So we count the month ahead. You don't have to wait until you actually pass your 60th birthday and start your pension, August 1st, again, using the example of July 17th. So we're going to count you the age you will be as of the first of that month. So I'm going to take a look at the questions pane, and I see a few came in while I was talking. So if you have questions about the calculation or the 60 certain guarantee, I'm going to talk about the joint and survivor options in just a moment. So scrolling back to the questions here. Again, there's a question about pre-retirement death benefits, and we'll talk about that. You do not have to commence your pension as soon as you stop working if you don't want to. You can certainly stop working, at some point in 2021, and then not start your pension until 2022 or 2023. There are a few of you registered here today that you actually stopped working and stopped earning pension credit, back in the 2000s, and you just stopped earning pension credit. You've gone maybe into other areas, or perhaps moved into a management capacity where the employer was not contributing on you, and now you're thinking about coming back to start your pension. So there's absolutely no requirement that you start your pension as soon as you stop working. You do not need to do that. There's some questions here already about insurance benefits. We'll talk about those later in the presentation. A couple questions about 3-year breaks for calculation, which I believe I have covered. I would suggest you go back and watch the recording of the presentation, or give the pension fund office a call. Question about still working at 70 and a half. If I'm still working at 70 and a half and I start to draw my pension benefit, there will be an adjustment for any additional pension credit you earn. Any additional pension credit will be adjusted and added on to your monthly pension benefit once a year. With respect to questions about dues payments are a local union matter, and you should be talking to your local union about the dues. When Nick Cortese joins us later in the presentation, he'll talk about some benefits available to you for dues-paying members, retirees who are still dues-paying members of the local, benefits available through the Midwest Coalition of Labor. Okay. Also, this is on the health benefits topic a bit, but since someone has asked about dues, those of you who are currently eligible in the active plan of health benefits, approximately 2 years ago, you got an HRA, a health reimbursement account card through the fund office, and the record for that is a company called Connect Your Care. It's a Visa. It looks like a Visa card, and you can use the HRA funds to pay deductibles, premiums, things like that. That card remains a good and valid card after retirement, so you can use that after retirement, provided you are still a current dues-paying member of the local union. Okay. So those are the questions that have come through about the estimates thus far. So let's move on and talk about different ways that a married carpenter can take what's called a joint and survivor option to make sure a surviving spouse receives a monthly pension benefit for the surviving spouse's lifetime. Okay. So I'm still on your personal papers that were sent out to you, still that estimate with the B in the top right-hand corner. So if you look down a little bit on that estimate, past the 60 certain guarantee option, you will also see 3 different payment options: a 50%, a 75%, and a 100% joint and survivor option. Okay. These are all ways for you, the carpenter, to take a lesser monthly pension amount for your lifetime to provide your surviving spouse with a lifetime pension benefit. Okay. So in our example, I'm back at the same example I started with a base monthly pension amount of $4,950. So this carpenter is 60 years old, and the spouse is also 60 years old. Okay. So we start with the base 60 certain guarantee amount, $4,950, and for a 50% joint and survivor option, because the carpenter and the spouse are both the same age, it doesn't matter what age, but they're both the same age, there's a 90% benefit reduction applied. So it's actually a 10% reduction. The carpenter receives 90% of the 60 certain guarantee amount. And this 90% is not a random number. The 90% applies when the carpenter and the spouse are the same age. On your personal estimate, we've taken into account your age and your spouse's age. So if your spouse is younger than you, we've subtracted an additional 0.4% off the base of 90%. If your spouse is older than you, we've added back an additional 0.4% to the 90%. So you don't have to do the math. It's done for you on your personal individual printouts that you received. So you take the 60 certain amount, you multiply by the joint and survivor factor showing on your individual estimates, and the carpenter receives a monthly benefit of $4,455. So the carpenter does not receive the 60 certain amount of $4,950. The carpenter receives $4,455. That is a lifetime benefit for the carpenter. And if the carpenter passes away, the surviving spouse starts to receive half, which is why it's called a 50%. So the surviving spouse starts to receive half of the carpenter's monthly amount, and the surviving spouse receives that monthly amount starting the month after the carpenter passes away, and the surviving spouse receives that monthly benefit for the surviving spouse's lifetime. Okay. So the first one, the 50%, it's called a 50% because the surviving spouse receives half of the carpenter's monthly pension benefit. So upon the carpenter's death, the carpenter participant amount here goes away and the surviving spouse benefit begins. Okay. The surviving spouse does not draw a pension while the carpenter is still living. It's called a surviving spouse's benefit. The surviving spouse's benefit starts after the carpenter passes away. Also, this surviving spouse's benefit is for the spouse's lifetime, regardless of whether or not the surviving spouse subsequently remarries. Okay, so these are some things we probably don't like to talk about. We don't want to talk about dying. We don't want to think about our spouse maybe with somebody else if we do pass away. But it's all financial information that you really need to know and understand in order to properly plan for the future. So the next option on your personal estimate, if you are married, is a 75% joint and survivor option. So again, we start with the base 60 certain amount, and we multiply because this carpenter and spouse are the same age in my example. We multiply by a base of 85.5%. Now on the 75%, if for each year that your spouse is younger than you, we subtract another 0.6%. And for each year that your spouse may be older than you, we add back 0.6%. Again, you don't need to do the math. It's on your personal printout. I'm just giving you the formula so that you know it's not just random numbers that we've kind of plucked out of a hat. Okay. So in my example here, we take the 4950 60 certain amount, we multiply by 85.5%, and the carpenter, the participant, will receive $4,232.50 a month for the carpenter's lifetime. And then if the carpenter passes away first, the surviving spouse starts to get 75% of the carpenter's amount. So we take the participant amount, we multiply by 75%, and that's how we get to the surviving spouse's monthly amount on the 75% joint survivor. So the surviving spouse would draw $3,174.50 for the surviving spouse's lifetime. Okay, so the surviving spouse is getting more. On a 50%, the surviving spouse is only getting $22.27. So here the spouse is getting a little bit more every month, but the participant, the carpenter, is drawing less. So on a 50%, the carpenter draws $44.55. On a 75%, he draws $42.32. Okay, so the surviving spouse gets more, but the carpenter, the participant, is getting a little bit less during the carpenter's lifetime. We also have a third option called a 100% joint and survivor option. Again, we start with the 60 certain amount. Because this carpenter and spouse are the same age, we start with a base of 81%. On your personal estimates, your personal figures are there. For each year that your spouse is younger than you, we're going to subtract off another 0.7%. Or if your spouse happens to be older than you, we're going to add back on an additional 0.7% for each year of difference in your ages. So the 60 certain amount multiplied by 81% gives the carpenter, in my example, a monthly benefit of $4,009.50. That benefit is for the carpenter's lifetime. If the carpenter passes away first, the surviving spouse, it's called a 100%. So the surviving spouse is going to receive 100% of the same amount that the carpenter is receiving. So the surviving spouse will start to draw that same monthly amount effective the month after the carpenter passes away. So upon the carpenter's death, the participant amount goes away and the surviving spouse amount starts. And that surviving spouse amount starts the month after the carpenter's death. Okay, so if your spouse is a bit younger than you, maybe your spouse isn't 55 yet or isn't 60 yet in the Millman plan, it doesn't matter. The surviving spouse's age does not matter. That surviving spouse benefit will start the month after the carpenter passes away, no matter how old or young the surviving spouse is. The surviving spouse's benefit will last for the surviving spouse's lifetime, even if the surviving spouse remarries later on. Okay. Now, if you are married and if you choose any of these three options, the 50, the 75, or the 100%, and if your spouse passes away first, there's something built into the plan called a pop-up feature. Okay. And that was on our intro slide here. All of these options have what's called a pop-up feature. And what that simply means is if your spouse passes away first, well, you no longer need to have this reduction kind of built in so that you can have a benefit waiting for a surviving spouse. So you, the carpenter, pop back up to the full 60 certain amount effective the month after your spouse's passing. Okay, so you don't get any back money. And what I mean, for example, you go on pension, you start your pension, you take, let's say, a 75% joint and survivor option. So you, the carpenter, are getting $42.32. You're getting the participant 75% amount, and you're retired for, say, 6 years. And at that 6-year mark, your spouse passes away first, but you, the carpenter, are still with us. Okay. Your monthly amount goes back to the 60 certain guarantee amount effective the month after your spouse's passing, but you don't get any money back for the last 6 years that you've already been on pension. So it's a prospective increase that starts the month after the spouse's passing. There's no, quote, refund of any monies, that were held back to provide a spouse's benefit up until the time the spouse passes away. Okay. Also built into all three of these options is a 60 certain guarantee. So all three of these options, the participant amount listed is a lifetime amount for the participant. If the participant passes away, the surviving spouse's amount is a lifetime amount for the surviving spouse. But what happens if both of you unfortunately pass away before a grand total of 60 payments, which again is 5 years? What happens if you both pass away before 60 monthly payments have been made? So on our example here, let's say the carpenter, you chose the 100% joint and survivor option. And the carpenter starts pension at $4,009 a month. The carpenter receives 20 monthly payments, and then the carpenter passes away. Well, the surviving spouse starts to get that $4,009 a month the month after the carpenter passes away. So in month 21, the surviving spouse is going to start to get the surviving spouse's monthly benefit. Okay. So then say the spouse is with us for another 10 months and the spouse passes away. The carpenter got 20 months of payments. The surviving spouse got another 10 months of payments. And then the surviving spouse has passed away. So 20 payments for the carpenter plus 10 payments for the surviving spouse. Only 30 monthly payments have been made, but there's a 60 certain built into all of these options. So only 30 payments have been made. There are still 30 more payments due to a secondary, what we call a contingent beneficiary. Okay. So maybe you're going to list your kids, and we'll talk about beneficiary forms. Maybe you'll list your kids or a friend or something like that. But if both you and your spouse pass away before receiving 60 payments, there would still be the balance up to the 60 total paid to your secondary beneficiary. So that gets a little confusing. Let me go through one more example. So say you take the 50% joint and survivor option. You, the carpenter, commence benefits in my example here at $44.55 a month for the participant's lifetime. You, the carpenter, receive, let's say, 30 monthly payments, and then you, the carpenter, pass away. The surviving spouse starts to draw the surviving spouse's amount of $22.27 a month, effective the month after the carpenter has passed. So at month 31, because the carpenter got 30, at month 31, the surviving spouse starts to draw benefits. And let's say the surviving spouse draws 20 months of benefits. The surviving spouse got 20, the carpenter got 30 months before the carpenter passed. 30 months plus 20 months is only 50 months. There are still another 10 months due to your contingent to your secondary beneficiaries. And those additional monthly payments, if there are still any due, are paid out at the surviving spouse's monthly benefit amount. Okay, so the carpenter passes away first, the spouse goes on, passes away second, but 60 payments have not been paid out. The balance of the payments up to the 60 total are paid out at the surviving spouse's amount. Okay. Let's say that the spouse passed away first and we processed a pop-up benefit for the carpenter. So you went on pension and you took a 50% joint and survivor option. The carpenter got 20 months of payments, and then at $44.55 here on my example for a 50%, the carpenter got 20 months of payments at the $44.55 amount. Then the surviving spouse passed away at month 20. So the carpenter's benefit pops back up to the full 60 certain amount. Okay, only 20 months have been paid. Say the carpenter lives another 20 months. So the 20 months before the spouse passes, and then another 20 months after the spouse passes. The carpenter's only got 40 payments, and when the spouse passed, we brought him back up to the 60 certain amount. So he's only gotten 40 payments and he passes away. The other 20 payments are paid at the full 60 certain amount because the spouse had already passed away and the carpenter had popped back up to the full 60 certain amount. Okay. So that's how the joint and survivor options work. I also want to mention that federal regulations, and the plan complies with federal regulations. Federal regulations require that if you are married, you take at least a 50% joint and survivor option, and that your benefit be paid as a 50% joint and survivor option, unless your spouse will sign a form consenting to your election of the 60 certain guarantee of the full pension benefit. Okay. And again, that's a federal regulation. So if your spouse works outside the home and if your spouse has a pension with his or her employer, that same rule would also apply to the spouse's pension through the spouse's employer. You would have to consent to the spouse taking a full pension benefit and not taking a 50% joint and survivor option. So if indeed you're a married participant and you want to take the 60 certain, your spouse will need to sign a consent form to let you take that full 60 certain amount. Okay. I'm going to pause for a moment and see if we've had any questions come through, or if you would like to submit some additional questions on these joint and survivor benefits. The question coming through, when does the pop-up take effect if the spouse passes after the 60 months? The pop-up always takes effect the month after the spouse's death. So it doesn't matter if the spouse passes away at month 1 or if the spouse passes away at month 301. The pop-up benefit, if the spouse passes away before the carpenter, the pop-up benefit starts the month after the surviving spouse's death. Now, that said, there's going to be some processing time, if your spouse passes away on March 30th and you don't send us in the death certificate until the middle of May, well, we're probably not going to process that pension benefit until maybe your July or your August pension check, but it would go retroactive to the first of the month after the spouse passes away. Another question's coming through about what happens pre-retirement. We will talk about pre-retirement, what happens. We'll talk about that on some subsequent slides. Okay. So I will keep an eye on the questions, but that's all I see coming through right now. So it's 10:30. We've got a lot to cover. Lily from John Hancock is going to be joining us around noon, and we've got a break built in here, and we've got a lot to talk about. So I'm going to move on to our next section, reminding you that this is recorded. You can go back and listen to it again. And you can always call the pension fund office for help with individual questions, or if there's something that I didn't explain well enough, please feel free to give us a call. We're there to help you. We're a friendly bunch. Give us a call. We'll help you out. Okay. So I'm moving forward. I don't see any more questions coming through. In your personalized printouts that we mailed out to you through the post office, you should have the next paper we sent out to you is a partial lump sum estimate, and it should have the letter C, like in cat, in the top right-hand corner. I would urge you to, if you're at home, if you're maybe on a tabletop or something, if possible, put your B and your C estimates next to each other on your tabletop so that you can see both estimates at the same time. Okay. So starting in 1995, it became possible for a retiring carpenter to take part of his pension as a lump sum up front. You cannot take your full pension as a lump sum payout, but you can take up to a maximum of 10% of the value of your pension as a lump sum up front. You still get a monthly pension benefit, but the monthly pension benefit will be a little bit less because if you choose the partial lump sum option, you'll get a chunk of money up front. Okay, so I'm sticking with my example that has running through all of my slides here, a base 60 certain amount of $4,950. So if you have your B and your C estimates side by side on your tabletop, you will see that the 10% lump sum calculation that that appears on your personal printouts, and it appears here at the top of your personal printout up here. You will see that this monthly amount here that we're starting with on your personal printout is the same as the monthly amount on your B estimate, your base estimate, 60 certain guarantee amount. So my 60 certain guarantee amount running through my examples is $49.50. I take 10% of that, which amounts to $495. We bring that $495 calculation down to the next row. $495 is 10% of this participant's monthly benefit amount. Okay. And we multiply by an actuarial factor. One moment. Oh, pardon me. So that actuarial factor is arrived at by our accountants and our actuaries. It changes every July and at other times mandated by federal regulation. I've been here for 30 years. Again, this option started in 1995. I can only think of one other time that the federal government, for one reason or another, said that these actuarial factors had to be updated in March. So since this option started in 1995, the actuarial factors have changed every year in July, except for one time that the federal government had us change them in March. The actuarial factor, I am not an actuary, and I'm not going to pretend to be. I cannot tell you exactly how it's calculated, but I can tell you it has to do with things like interest rates, market performance, life expectancy, and historically, when interest rates are going up, these factors are going down. If interest rates are going down, these factors are going up. There's an inverse relationship in general. There's an inverse relationship between the rate of inflation and the actuarial factors. So we do not yet have the new factors that will start applying this year, July 1st. We generally don't get those until the last 2 weeks of June. So even though you may have estimates for July of this year or later, the actuarial factor that's listed on those estimates is the actuarial factor that will only run through June 30th of this year. Now, the last several years, the actuarial factors have not changed by much. So you still have a relatively accurate representation on the estimates of what your partial lump sum maximum amount may be. But an estimate is just an estimate. So just because you have this paper in your hand with this actuarial factor there, it does not mean that you are locked into the actuarial factors that are currently in effect right now. The actuarial factor will change on your estimate if you retire July 1st of this year or later. Okay, so I digress a bit. We were talking about the math. So I took 10% of my 60 certain guarantee amount on this example participant. We multiply that 10% by the actuarial factor. That actuarial factor changes each month older that you get. So as you get older, the actuarial factor changes also. So in this example here, if the carpenter chooses up front, the first month when his pension starts, he can receive a partial lump sum payment of $93,536.88. Okay, that lump sum payment would be paid, and then he would still receive a monthly pension benefit, just a lesser monthly benefit. We adjust the monthly benefit because he's gotten a chunk of money as a partial lump sum up front. So if you look down a bit farther on your C estimate, the estimate with the C on the top right-hand corner, the adjusted monthly benefit amount that you would receive if you take the partial lump sum estimate, the partial lump sum benefit rather, the adjusted monthly amounts are on the bottom half of that C estimate. Okay. So we're going to go back to this slide for just a moment. So you still get your monthly pension benefit. It's just a lesser monthly amount because you've gotten a lump sum up front. The amount listed on your estimate here is the maximum lump sum amount that would be available to you. So some people look at that lump sum amount and they say, well, I would like to take part of my pension as a lump sum up front. I'd like to make sure all my credit cards are paid off and I still have another year to pay on my car, and maybe I still have another couple of years to pay on my mortgage. And, I'd like to pay all of that off and start retirement, start my pension with a clean slate and not owe anybody anything. But to do that, maybe you're extra lucky, and maybe to do that you only need, say, $30,000. So you don't need to take the whole partial lump sum. You can say, well, I only want a $30,000 lump. I don't want the whole thing because I want to get more on my monthly pension check as I move forward. Okay. So if you're interested in a lesser lump sum amount, and by the way, $1,000 is the minimum you can choose. $1,000 is the minimum. But any amount between $1,000 and the maximum amount listed here on your estimate can be elected. You can't elect any amount in between. So you can give the pension fund office a call and ask us to prepare for you. It only takes a second. The computer system prepares it. We put in your information, and the computer system can prepare an estimate for you at any lesser lump sum amount you may be interested in. You can also do some basic math by yourself and kind of figure out where you would be. In my verbal example a moment ago, I said maybe this carpenter only wants $30,000. So if I take a $30,000 lump and I divide by the actuarial factor, I'm going to back into my reduction. So I can bring my reduction up here and I can subtract off from my 60 certain and kind of figure out where I'm at. If you didn't follow that, or that just maybe sounds too much for you, some people just say, I don't do math. Although sometimes you guys as carpenters completely amaze me. You can do the craziest fractions in your head because you're used to doing that on the job site. But sometimes doing fractions and playing with this type of math is a little bit different. So if you can calculate it on your own, that's great. If not, please feel free to give the pension fund office a call. We'd be happy to send you out an estimate for any other dollar amount you might be thinking of on the lump sum amount. We are also hard at work on a new interactive participant website where you will be able to actually log in with your own personal registration, and you'll be able to run your own estimates for any age or dollar amount on the lump sum, or any age for an estimate you might be thinking of. So we had hoped to launch that for July. The programming is taking a little longer than we thought. I saw a preview of it about 2 weeks ago. It's looking pretty good, but they still have some work to do. So a little sneak preview for you. That's something that's coming later this year. While we're looking at the lump sum estimate, I also want to talk about the partial lump sum just a little bit conceptually. Most of you are familiar with the fact that we send out a funding notice every October. And we've been doing that for the past 15 years or so. And when we send out the funding notice, you notice that if you are a construction fund participant, last year's funding notice showed you that there is approximately as of last year, $3.8 billion in the pension fund, the construction pension fund. If you are a Millman pension fund participant, there's approximately $90 million in the Millman pension fund. It's a much smaller fund. But a lot of times we at the pension fund office, when those funding notices go out, we'll get a phone call from a participant, and the participant will say something like, well, there's $3.8 billion in the pension fund. How come you can't increase the accrual rate some more? Or how come you can't reduce the early reduction cost to a participant more? There are approximately 15,000 construction fund retirees, approximately 950 Millman fund retirees. On the construction fund side, there are approximately 25,000 active participants or participants who are vested and entitled to a pension, but maybe not currently working. On the Millman side, there are approximately 2,000 participants who are either currently working or vested and entitled to a pension. So look at your personal individual lump sum amount that's quoted on your estimate and move the comma over one place. Just move the comma over one place to the right. Okay. So on this particular example, Carpenters, the pension fund needs to have at least $935,000 on hand. So that's almost what it's just shy of $1 million on hand, just to have enough money in the pension plan to guarantee this carpenter the lifetime benefits that he's been promised. Now, there's a little bit of simplification there. Life expectancy, interest rates, time value of money. But just as a simplification, if the pension fund needs just under $1 million for this one particular carpenter to guarantee benefits, you can see what your individual amount is. In fact, I know from looking through the estimates that were generated from today's webinar, some of you have partial lump sum payments that are $100,000 or more, and that means that the pension fund for you needs $1 million, kind of, quote, in the bank to guarantee you your benefits. So if you look at it in that kind of holistic way, I think maybe it makes it a little easier to understand why the pension fund needs so much money in its coffers to be able to guarantee you the benefits that you've worked for your lifetime. I also like to point out that sometimes you're talking with your buddy who's not a carpenter, maybe your buddy Joe. He works in another industry, maybe he works in corporate America, and he says, well, hey, Tom Carpenter, I've got $1 million in my IRA. That's what my retirement's worth to me. What do you have, Tom Carpenter? What do you have in your pension? And sometimes, Tom Carpenter might stop and think, well, I don't know. I know I'm going to get a monthly benefit of $4,400 a month in this example, but I'm not sure exactly what I have. This partial lump sum figure, moving that comma over, that gives you an idea of how much you have in your pension. Okay. And it might end up actually being more than that, because your friend Joe, who works in corporate America, who says he's got $1 million in his IRA, well, when Joe retires, he's going to start to draw down on that IRA, and he's going to see his $1 million balance go down as time goes down. What happens if your friend Joe outlives his $1 million in his IRA? Your Carpenters Union pension is more valuable than that, because your monthly amount that you have here guaranteed for your lifetime, even as you draw monthly pension benefits, it doesn't mean that at some point in the future, the monthly pension stops when you hit some magic dollar amount. It is a lifetime guaranteed benefit for you. And if you take a joint and survivor benefit, a lifetime guaranteed benefit for your spouse. Okay, so that's Sherry's little soapbox speech for today. I just think that your benefits are incredibly valuable. And I hope that all of you realize that. So I like to point those out. So as you look down on your C estimate, look down toward the bottom of your C estimate, you can see the dollar amount changes, how much of a monthly pension reduction you will take if you choose to take the lump sum benefit up front. Okay. Everything that we talked about on the B estimate, the 60 certain guarantee, the 50% joint and survivor, the 75% joint and survivor, all of that all works exactly the same. So there's still a 60 certain built into all of the joint and survivor options. There is still a pop-up feature available if the surviving spouse passes away first. So all of those features are exactly the same. It's just the monthly money is a little bit less because you've gotten a chunk of benefit up front in the partial lump sum option. Okay. If you choose to take advantage of the partial lump sum option, you need to decide what to do with that lump sum. And by that, I don't mean you need to decide between, going to Vegas and having a great week in Vegas or, going on an extravagant vacation somewhere, which of course with COVID, we're kind of restricted with what we can do anyway. But financially, from a financial standpoint, you need to decide what you're going to do with that lump sum option. So we have a couple of different options, in fact, 3 different options you can do. The first one on this slide here is you can have that lump sum, that partial lump sum benefit paid directly to you. If you take the partial lump sum option, and by the way, that partial lump sum is just an option. If you are not interested, you do not have to take advantage of that partial lump sum option. You can stick with those base figures on the B estimate. But if you do take the partial lump, if you choose to, you can have it paid directly to you. If it is paid directly to you, it is added on to your taxable income for the calendar year in which you receive it. Okay, so that's something to think about. It's not such a big deal for tax purposes if you add on a lump sum to your benefit if you're retiring at the beginning of the year. You don't have any working income. So if you're going on pension, say for January 1st or February 1st, you don't have a whole lot of working income, kind of in the coffers for the IRS to consider as part of your income for the year. But if you're going to retire and start drawing your pension benefit toward the end of the year, October, November, December, you need to think about this because you might have, in fact, you will probably have active working income for the course of the entire year. And then if you take a partial lump sum payment paid directly to you, added to all your working income for the year, it could have the effect of bumping you up into a higher tax bracket. So that's something you may want to think about or talk with a tax advisor about. The pension fund staff is happy to explain your options to you, but we cannot, and are not allowed to advise you on what the benefit, the best way to have your benefits paid to you would be. So, think about it, consult a tax advisor. If indeed you take the partial lump sum option paid directly to you, we are required to withhold 20% of it to credit against your federal income tax, just like the withholding on your paycheck. Okay. Now, please, please, please pay attention. Listen to this. This is so important because it's very misunderstood. I am not telling you that this partial lump sum is taxed at 20%. That is not what I am saying. I am saying we are required to hold back 20% to send to the IRS to credit against your federal taxes, just like the withholding on your paycheck. The actual tax percentage that your lump is going to be taxed at depends on your own personal income and your tax percentage, your tax level with the IRS. So if you have a decent size income, this lump may be taxed at a greater amount than 20%. If your income maybe isn't so much, maybe you'll be entitled to a refund of part of this 20%, taxes when you file your federal income taxes the following year. But I've been doing seminars and now, of course, webinars for about 20 years. And quite a few times when we have the breaks, people come up to me and say, or they'll call the fund office later on and say, well, Sherry said that partial lump sum, it was taxed at 20%. And that is not what I am saying. Okay. I am saying that we hold 20%. Your actual tax level depends on your personal income level. Okay. Okay, so that's your first option. You can have the lump sum paid directly to you. I'm going to go through the other two options and then we're going to take a short break. Okay. Your next option is to do a rollover to a traditional IRA. Okay. So you can do a direct rollover to a traditional IRA that you might have set up at the financial institution of your choosing. The payment will not be taxed in the year that we send it to the IRA. The payment is taxed as you withdraw it from the IRA. Okay, so it's still taxable income. There's no freebie. The IRS is not going to let you get away with not paying taxes on this money. But if you roll it over to a traditional IRA, it's not taxed until you start to withdraw it. We pay the full amount into your IRA. There's no mandatory 20% withholding. We will make payment directly to the traditional IRA. In fact, we'll send that lump check directly to the traditional IRA at the address you provide us with, and the payment will be taxed as you withdraw it from the traditional IRA. Hand in hand with the traditional IRA is also our Carpenters John Hancock Supplemental Retirement Plan. You can also, if you choose to do so, take the partial lump sum option and roll that partial lump sum amount into your Chicago Carpenters John Hancock Supplemental Retirement Plan. Okay. Again, just an option. You do not have to roll it to your John Hancock. You can roll it to any financial institution of your choosing with a traditional IRA. Our John Hancock has an advantage over some IRAs because the fees are very low. The trustees work with John Hancock. They pick investment options and have a relationship with John Hancock that helps keep our fees low. I mentioned that there's $3.8 billion in the pension fund. There's approximately $1.2 billion in the supplemental retirement plan under management at John Hancock. So the more assets a record keeper has of a plan, the lower the fees are, and that benefits you as a participant in the plan. So as you think about a traditional IRA, also please keep in mind that you could roll the benefit to John Hancock, your supplemental retirement plan, if you choose to do so. Your third option is a direct rollover to a Roth IRA. So you have the option of rolling your benefit, your partial lump sum benefit, directly to a Roth IRA. So those of you familiar with Roth IRAs, a Roth IRA is an after-tax vehicle. So if you roll to a Roth, this benefit will still be taxed in the current year, but it's not taxed as you withdraw the money from your Roth IRA. Okay, so the IRS has a publication number 590. You can pull that at irs.gov off the web. That has more details about Roth IRAs. Or again, you could talk with a financial planner or a retirement advisor. Okay. So we are going to take a short break, a 5-minute break, and we will be back. Again, Lily from John Hancock is going to join us about noon. So we will have about an hour to talk about level income option, disability pension, and about the application process before Lily joins us at about noon. So over the break period, if you'd like to submit any questions, I will circle back to those questions after our 5-minute break. A couple of you have typed in that you joined late. know that the presentation is being recorded and will be posted on the Fund Office website in about a week. So if you joined late and want to circle back and watch the beginning of the presentation, you can pull that recording later in the week from our CRCC benefits website. Okay, so your 5 minutes starts in just a couple of seconds, and I will see you back here at 10:55. Thank you. And we are back. Boy, that 5 minutes goes fast, doesn't it? Um, so a couple of questions that came through. Some questions that came through, I typed an answer directly back to you. Just a reminder that a lot of your personal, more detailed questions, we have 300 people, approximately 300 people joining us today. This isn't the format really to handle all those personal questions. There is one question that came through, actually two questions that came through that I think we should talk about for a minute. One question is with respect to the 3-year calculation break, sort of relating to the current world situation with COVID, and the trade shows, of course, have been shut down. And the person asking the question is concerned about that 3-year break in service if the trade shows, don't open back up. Well, first of all, let's hope that we get out of this before we have a 3-year period where we're all stuck at home. And from a practical standpoint, from a pension plan standpoint, I don't have an answer for you on that. I can see the local unions of everyone who's registered today, and I know that there are quite a few of you who are carpenters who do work the trade shows. So I can see that how this might be a concern for a decent chunk of you listening today. But I do not have an answer for that. I don't know that the trustees have talked about this or made a decision about this. I think it's going to depend on what happens with the situation with the trade shows and with the COVID exception, and whether or not there will be some kind of an exception to the 3-year break because of COVID. So I'm very sorry, but I cannot answer that question for you today. If indeed that does come to pass, I would certainly encourage you to file an appeal regarding a 3-year break in service. If the COVID situation and the trade show shutdown is the reason that you incur a calculation break, just because there has never been an exception before doesn't mean that there couldn't be one. And of course, the whole COVID situation is very unique. So my answer is I don't have an answer. And if that comes to pass, please file an appeal. The other question that came through on the break is, what about guaranteed cost of living increases? So there are no guaranteed cost of living increases built into the pension plan. Over time, the trustees have done several different things. They've done bonus payments, and they've done increases, both percentage increases and formula increases. So for a long time back in the 90s, there were a lot of bonus payments issued. Like once a year, the trustees would issue some type of a bonus payment, either equal to a 13th check or some type of a formula bonus. Like you got maybe $5 a year for each year of pension credit that you had earned, and an additional $15 for each year that you had already been retired. So different formula type increases. So the last increase that was given to the retirees or granted to the retirees already on the rolls was in September of 2019, and it was based on retirement dates. So the longer someone had been retired, the greater the percentage increase. Again, this happened in September of 2019. Anyone who retired prior to 1999 got a 10% increase. Anyone who retired between 99 and 2004 got a 6% increase, and so on. There was a whole tiered structure. So that's really decided by the Board of Trustees on a year-to-year basis. I have not heard anything yet about either an accrual rate increase or some type of an increase for the people already on the pension rolls. I have not heard anything about either of those things this year. I personally would be a bit surprised to see an accrual rate increase this year, but I've been surprised before. So the May meeting, the trustee meeting is at the end of May, and generally the trustees talk about accrual rate increases and things like that at the May meeting. So the pension fund staff would have a better idea of whether or not there will be any kind of an increase this year toward the end of May, or maybe right after Memorial Day, because that trustee meeting is really very much toward the end of May. I don't know the exact date off the top of my head. So those were the two questions that I saw that came through over the break. So we're going to move on here. And we're going to move on very briefly. We're going to just talk about the government Social Security website, ssa.gov. And I probably need to move this slide around for next time. Some of the requirements for documentation have changed over the last year. We were requiring a copy of your Social Security card with your pension application. We've since found another way to verify Social Security numbers, so we don't need a copy of that Social Security card anymore. However, if you are interested in the next payment option that we're going to talk about, and that is called a level income option, you should create an account on myssa.gov, your socialsecurity.gov, in order to obtain a Social Security estimate. And Lily, who's going to join us from John Hancock at noon, will also talk about Social Security benefits. So this slide's just kind of a holdover from a prior presentation. You can pull a sample Social Security estimate, and that estimate can show you what your monthly Social Security amount can be at either early Social Security age of 62 or at your normal retirement age for Social Security. And that becomes relevant for us when we are talking about our next payment option. And our next payment option is called a level income option. Now, this payment option is only available under the construction pension fund. So if you are a Millman pension fund participant, this option is not available to you. Even under the construction pension fund, there are certain requirements that have to be met. So you have to be at least 60 years old when you start your pension, and you must have current pension credit. And that means you have to have at least a quarter of a year pension credit within the 3-year period right before you actually start your pension. This became an option in July of 1996. It's not terribly popular, but it is an option, and it's important for you to understand all of your options. So this particular option makes it possible for you to receive approximately the same monthly income for life, taking into account both your pension fund benefit and your Social Security benefit. Again, assuming you are at least 60 years old, or you have to be at least 60 years old and have current pension credit in the construction pension fund, at least a quarter within the 3 years of when you retire. So in this new example, this participant is going to elect to retire and apply for benefits at age 60, okay, because 60 is the minimum. Worked for 37 calendar years from 1983 to 2019. He's earned 42 pension credits, and he's going to retire this year. He's going to start his pension this year in 2021. So what happens is we calculate the 60 certain guarantee, and in the earlier part of our presentation, we already talked about how we calculate this. He's got 42 years of pension credit multiplied by a $100 benefit accrual rate. There is no age reduction because he is already 60 years old. So his monthly base 60 certain amount is $4,200 a month. Okay. The Carpenter provides us with his written estimate from Social Security. Okay. And his estimated Social Security benefit, if he starts his Social Security early at age 62, is $1,200 a month. Okay. So the level income amount is calculated as follows. It's a $1,200 Social Security amount. We multiply by what's called a level income factor. And these factors are calculated by our actuaries and accountants in a similar manner to the factor that we use to calculate the partial lump sum option. They're based on life expectancy and interest rates and time value of money and different things like that. So we take the full Social Security amount, we multiply by the level income factor that we have in our big book of tables based on the Carpenters age when the pension starts and age when Social Security is going to start. And we arrive at an amount of $1,029.60. So then what we do is we take the $1,029.60 that we just calculated, we add to that the 60 certain benefit amount that's payable from the pension fund. So when we add the 60 certain amount to the level income amount we just calculated, we get a monthly pension benefit of $5,229.60. That monthly pension benefit would be payable from the pension fund from the time the pension starts until the time that Social Security starts. So sounds kind of good, right? Hey, some extra money. Who wouldn't want some extra money? I think maybe I might be interested in that. Well, y'all know there's no free lunch in this world, unfortunately. So what happens is when Social Security begins, we take that $52.29.60 that the pension fund has been paying from the time the pension started until the carpenter reaches age 62 and starts Social Security, and then we subtract off the full amount of the Social Security benefit. And the benefit payable from the pension fund goes down to $4,029.60 a month. And that's a permanent reduction. So that monthly benefit carries through for the rest of the carpenter's lifetime. It's called a level income option because the carpenter's still getting $52.29.60 a month. His income is level both before and after Social Security. It's just before Social Security starts, the pension fund is paying the whole $52.29. And once the Social Security benefit kicks in, Social Security pays $1,200 a month, and the pension fund benefit goes down to the $40.29. Okay, it is a permanent reduction, though. So, again, this has been around since 1996, and maybe 100 or so pensioners, 150 pensioners at the most, have taken advantage of this. And that's not a lot considering we average about 75 new pensioners every month. So not terribly popular, but it's important that you understand all of your options. I also want to mention that you cannot combine a level income option with a partial lump sum option. It's one or the other. So if you take the partial lump sum payment, you cannot elect this level income payment and vice versa. Just taking a look to see if any questions. A couple of questions are coming through about Social Security benefits, and Lily from John Hancock is going to talk with you about Social Security benefits. Donald K., I think only part of your question came through. There's only about maybe 4 words or so that came through. So if you want to retype your question, I'll see what I can do about answering that. Okay, so I'm going to move on to talk about disability pension. There are certain requirements that pertain to disability pension. In addition to being disabled, and we'll talk about that definition of disability in just a moment, there are also some very specific credit requirements that apply to a disability pension. So if you're possibly interested in disability pension, and when you completed your online registrations, I saw maybe 4 or 5 people put some comments out there that they were interested in disability pension information. Some others of you may be interested, you just didn't specifically type that in the anything else we should know about you section. So we're going to go over this briefly. So for construction plan, if you have at least 15 years of pension credit, you've satisfied the credit requirement for disability pension. If you do not have 15 years, you must have at least 10 years provided that you earn at least a quarter year of credit in the year you become disabled or the immediately preceding 5 years. On the Millman plan, you have to have at least 10 and a quarter year of credit in the year you become disabled or the immediately preceding 2 years. So if you are listening and you are vested with less than 10 years of pension credit, because you only need 5 years of vesting to be vested, you would not be eligible for a disability pension. So in addition to the credit requirement, you also have to be deemed disabled. Okay. Disabled means that you are unable to engage in any substantial gainful work activity. We use the same definition of disability that the Social Security Administration uses. So a disability pension is not available if you are simply disabled to work as a carpenter. You have to be unable to work at any type of gainful activity. And that can be either physical work or mental work or a combination of both. So even if you're maybe unable to physically work as a carpenter anymore out on a job site, if you are able to do a desk job, you would not qualify for a disability pension. Okay. Gainful activity is work performed for profit, meaning that you are paid, you get a paycheck for the work. The Social Security Disability Gainful Activity Limit for 2021 is $1,310 a month. So if you are able to work at gainful activity, again, it can be a desk job, it can be any number of things. It doesn't just have to be carpentry. You are unable to receive a disability pension if you are not disabled from substantial gainful activity. In order to prove disability and be eligible for a disability pension, you must either submit to the pension fund office a Social Security Disability Award letter, or you need to submit medical records from your doctor or medical providers substantiating your claim of disability. Now, the fund office does not evaluate those medical records. I'm the retirement benefits manager, and I do not have a medical background. We have engaged an independent medical consultant to review any medical records you might submit and determine whether or not you meet the definition of disability. And again, the definition of disability really is the same definition of disability that Social Security uses. If indeed you have Social Security disability under Title II, that's pretty much the gold standard. You do not need to submit medical records. If indeed you have Social Security disability, we just require a copy of your Social Security Disability Award letter. Well, how come? Why might you be interested in a disability pension instead of an early pension? So you may be interested in a disability pension because even if you are not yet 60 on the construction fund or 65 on the Millman fund, it is calculated as if you were 60 years old. So there is no reduction for your age. So if you're disabled and you're 55 years old, you would not take that 25% reduction on the construction pension fund, 5% a year for each of the 5 years you're younger than 60 on a disability pension. There's no age penalty on a disability. On a disability pension, the 60 certain guarantee and all the rules surrounding that still apply. The 50, 75, and 100% joint and survivor options are all available on the disability pension. The partial lump sum option is available on the disability pension, but the level income option is not available on a disability pension. On a disability pension, the work restrictions are different. So when we talked about prohibited employment on a regular pension, we were specifically talking about building trade, construction industry, things that were prohibited employment. So on an early pension, you could go into another line of work completely removed from the trades. So, for example, on an early pension, you can go out there and you can drive a bus, or you can sell shoes, or you can open an ice cream parlor. And none of those types of things are considered prohibited employment on an early or even on a normal pension. So we're looking at the type of work that you are doing for a non-disability pension, the type of work you're doing for a non-disability pension. On a disability pension, we also still work at the type, we look at the type of work because it has to be non-carpentry, non-building trade, but there's also a significant earnings limit, the same Social Security substantial gainful limit of $1,310 a month. If you're commencing benefits on a disability pension, I mean, the assumption is that you're disabled and you can't work at anything substantial. So the earnings limit component also comes in on the disability pension. So I'm going to pop over here and see if anybody is sending through some questions. Donald K., I received your question, and we'll talk about that when we get to health benefits. A question about the level income option. What if you take Social Security at 67, which could be someone's normal retirement age, or at 70? On the level income option, the example I used of Social Security commencing at 62 is only an example. The level income option can also be taken if you're going to wait to start your Social Security until your normal retirement age, until you're 67 or until you're 70. So the level income estimates figures can also be provided to you for a later Social Security start date, provided that you're at least 60 when you start your pension through the construction pension fund. Okay. The level income option, if you want to see your personal estimates, you submit a copy of your Social Security estimate, your written Social Security estimate. You submit a copy of that to the pension fund office, and then we in turn can provide you with a written level income option. Okay. So that's all I see coming through as far as questions. Earlier, when I was talking about the pension payment options, I probably saw 5 or 6 questions come through about what happens if I pass away before I start my pension. What happens to a benefit for my spouse? So this is the slide and the next slide actually both explain that. So if you pass away pre-retirement, before you start your pension, if you have been married at least 1 year at the time of your passing, unless the death is accidental, under the construction fund, your surviving spouse would start to draw a 100% joint and survivor benefit. So you would look at the B, like in boy, personal estimate that was mailed out to you, and you would look at the 100% joint and survivor benefit option for the construction pension fund. Okay. The partial lump sum option is not available to a pre-retirement surviving spouse, but the 100% joint and survivor benefit is how that benefit is paid. Okay. On the Millman pension fund, you'd have to be married at least 1 year at the time of death, and a surviving spouse would start to draw the amount listed under the 50% joint and survivor benefit on your B estimate. Okay. Also, as I'm speaking here, I'm thinking about something for the Millman pension fund. When we talked about the pension calculations, the 50%, 75%, 100%, I mentioned that a 60 certain guarantee is built into all of those options. That is true for the construction pension fund. The construction pension fund has a 60 certain built into the 50, 75, or 100% options. The Millman pension fund does not have a 60 certain guarantee built into those 3 options. And I do apologize to those of you Millman participants who are listening today that I forgot to mention that when we were back in the pension calculation section. So this is what happens pre-retirement if you pass away before you retire and if you're married. Now, if you are not married and you pass away pre-retirement, again, everyone registered here today was at least 55 years old because that was the criteria we put out when we sent out the registration link. So if your early retirement age with construction is 55 and mill is 60, and if you pass away prior to your pension commencement, we're going to pay a pre-retirement 60 certain. So we're going to figure out what your 60 certain monthly benefit would have been had you gone on pension the day before you passed away. And that benefit will be paid for 60 monthly installment payments for 5 years to your designated beneficiary. Okay. If you are not yet early retirement age, it's a whole different formula. There's a credit requirement that's listed here, and then we take your total years of credit and we multiply by a death benefit rate to get a total benefit payable. As everyone here today is at least 55, I'm not going to delve into that in detail for time's sake, but if you have questions about that, or we all know it's kind of a family trade. So if you have a younger son or daughter who's also a carpenter and wants some information on pre-retirement death benefits for someone who's not early retirement age yet, please give the pension fund office a call and we would be happy to speak with you about that and go over that with you. Okay. Keeping an eye on the questions, and I don't see anything coming through right now. If you would please take a look at the final piece of paper in the packet that we mailed out to you. It's got a D as in David in the top right-hand corner. And that piece of paper shows you your most recent beneficiary designation dates. So the most recent date that you sent in a form to the fund office to designate a beneficiary. Okay, so the first line on this form is for a welfare fund beneficiary under the active plan of benefits. So if you are currently eligible for the active working carpenter benefits, you also have a life insurance policy that goes hand in hand with those active carpenter medical benefits, health benefits. Okay, it's a $50,000 policy payable from the Hartford, which used to be Aetna. Okay, and that is payable if you pass away while you are eligible for the active working carpenter benefits. So the date that's listed here on your D printout is the most recent date that you updated your beneficiary for the life insurance. Okay. The second date on here is if you are a construction pension fund participant. The second date is the most recent date that you updated your beneficiary for the construction pension plan. The third date is the most recent date you updated a beneficiary with the pension for the Millman pension plan. Now, obviously, if you are only a construction pension, no, not only, that's a really bad word. If all of your pension credit is with the construction pension fund, there's certainly no need for you to worry about completing a beneficiary form for the Millman pension fund, and vice versa. If all of your pension credit is with the Millman pension fund, there's no reason for you to complete a beneficiary designation form for the construction pension fund. Okay. The fourth line on here is for the supplemental retirement fund, the John Hancock. That's the most recent date you've designated a beneficiary for John Hancock for the supplemental plan. And then the last line on this is your approximate supplemental retirement plan account balance. My slide here shows last year because we also used this slide last year. I believe the balance on your personal printouts, I actually don't have an example in front of me right now, but I think it's about 2 weeks old, give or take. But you can always log into John Hancock online at any time to see your current balance. So with respect to beneficiary designations, if any of those dates on there seem like they're kind of old to you, if you've married since that date, or if you've had another child since that date, or maybe especially if you've gotten divorced since that date. You want to think about updating your beneficiary designation forms. And in with the handouts the links were emailed to you, and you can access the handouts through this GoToWebinar right now with the handout button on the bottom of your phone or your iPad, or the little orange arrow on the top right of your GoToWebinar screen if you're watching on a computer. You can access handouts with the updated beneficiary forms that you can complete and you can send back to the fund office. All three of the forms, there are three separate forms: a welfare fund form, a pension fund form, which is for construction and for mill, and then a supplemental retirement plan form. All three of those forms have both a front and a back. So the front of the form is for the designation of your primary beneficiary, and the back of the form is for designation of your contingent, of your secondary beneficiaries. So if you are married and if you want your spouse to be your primary beneficiary, which I would assume most of you do, then your spouse is the only name that goes on the front of the form in the primary beneficiary section. You'll leave the other two primary beneficiary sections blank, only your spouse on the front as the primary. Then you turn the form over, and on the back of the form, or if you've printed them out single page, on page 2 of each form, on the back, page 2, you designate a contingent, a secondary beneficiary. Who would you want to be your beneficiary if indeed, goodness forbid, you and your spouse were both killed together in an automobile accident? Okay. Many people name their children as contingent beneficiaries, but you are not obligated to name your children as contingent beneficiaries. You know, it can be a friend or another relative, or just somebody, a neighbor down the street. Anyone you want can be a contingent. A caution, though. And I say this every single webinar and every single seminar. So if you've attended before and you've heard this line, I do apologize, but I think it's important. If your intent is for your children, and if you have more than one child, if your intent is for your children to equally split your benefit as contingents, or maybe you're not married and you want your children to equally split benefits as a primary beneficiary, okay, you want to list each of your children separately on the form. And you might be thinking, well, how come I need to do that? I just want to name my son Tommy. I know my son Tommy, he's a good boy, and Tommy is going to split that benefit with his siblings. I know that Tommy will do this. Okay. So there are two reasons you don't want to do this. You don't want to just list Tommy if your intent is for all of your children to split the benefit equally. Number one, it's all going to end up as taxable income just for Tommy. So even if Tommy is a good boy and he splits that benefit with his brothers and his sisters, Tommy's the one who's getting tagged with the federal income taxes on the benefit. So if you list each child separately, each child will get his or her own share, a check from the pension fund office for his or her own share. And each child will be responsible for their own taxes on his or her share of the benefit. Okay. The other part is, again, I've been here for more than 30 years, and you just don't know what's going to happen with families as time goes on or after mom and dad pass away. I personally have two brothers. My mom passed first after my dad passed. There was a little bit of unexpected tension there with my brothers and myself as we went through the house and we sorted through things and we figured out who got what. Now my brothers and I, we came together, we worked it all out. It's all fine. We're still a happy family. But it was very unexpected. And through the pension fund office, I've seen this many times over my career there. Mom and dad are gone, and for one reason or another, the brothers and sisters are not in agreement as to how a benefit should be paid. So let's try and avoid all of that and list each child separately if that is your intent. Now, if you want to leave the whole benefit just to one child, that certainly is your prerogative. But know that that child, can keep that benefit just for him or herself and not share as might be your intent. So that's the information on your beneficiary printouts. So I mentioned that you have, if you are eligible for the active working carpenter medical benefits, you are eligible for a $50,000 Aetna life insurance policy. Okay. That $50,000 Aetna life insurance policy, I say Aetna because it was Aetna, it's now Hartford. So that $50,000 Hartford life insurance policy actually goes away once your active carpenter medical benefits end. Once you are receiving your pension benefit from the construction pension fund, you have a $3,000 one-time lump sum death benefit. From the Millman pension fund, you have a $2,000 one-time lump sum death benefit. Now, if you are one of the people registered who will be getting a pension from both the Millman fund and the construction fund, you don't get $3,000 from construction and $2,000 from Mill. So you don't end up with $5,000, but you do get the greater of the two. You get a $3,000 benefit, which ends up being $1,500 from construction and $1,500 from Mill. So there is a death benefit paid from the pension fund when you pass away, if indeed you are already receiving your pension. Now, with respect to that $50,000 policy from Hartford, when your active medical benefits end, if you wish to do so, you can convert that active life insurance policy to an individual self-pay policy directly with Hartford. You can pick it up in increments of $1,000 in coverage. And if you're interested in doing that, you should call the fund office health benefits department, not the retirement benefits department, but the fund office health benefits department. And you can ask them for information on converting that $50,000 policy to an individual policy with Hartford when your active medical benefits end. Okay. So this benefit, this lump sum death benefit on this slide here, does not come into play until you are actually receiving a pension benefit. Question coming through, my construction fund beneficiary designation date says none. Does that mean that I've not designated a beneficiary? Yes. On that D printout, if you see the word none on here, it means that the fund office does not have a beneficiary designation on file for you. And actually, I do thank you for that question, sir, because I did forget to mention something. If you do not have a beneficiary form on file, there is a provision built into the plan for what happens to your benefits in case you pass away without a beneficiary on file. So there is an order of succession built into the plan if you do not have a beneficiary form on file. So first would be a spouse if you are married. If you are not married, the benefit would go to your children, and it would be paid automatically in equal shares to your children. If you are not married and do not have children, the benefit would be paid to your surviving parents if your parents are still alive. Okay. And then if your parents are not still living, the pension benefit, the construction or Millman pension benefit, the next in order of succession would be whomever you named on your life insurance beneficiary form. Okay. On the supplemental retirement plan, it's spouse, children, parents, and then if your parents are not with us, it's payable to the estate. So they're slightly different, but there is an order of succession built into the plans for what happens in case you pass away before you have designated a beneficiary with the fund office. So it's good to always have a beneficiary on file, but it's really important that if you look at those dates on the printout, the D printout, if one of those dates is kind of an old date, and again, I'm repeating myself, but if you've married or divorced or had kids or something after that date, it's important that you update your beneficiary form. So the forms are in the handouts, and you can either send those back to the fund office, regular U.S. Post Office mail, or you can scan them and email them back to the pension fund office. And our email is on the important phone number sheet, but it's simply pension@crccbenefits.org, pension@crccbenefits.org for our email, or you can also fax those forms back to us. Previously, we required that you mailed the originals back to us. We had to have the original ink signatures on file. Well, a lot has changed this year with COVID, and a lot of rules have changed. The government has relaxed some restrictions, and we've adopted some of those things. So we will now accept faxed or emailed beneficiary forms sent into the fund office. Okay, we're doing pretty good on time here. We have about 20 minutes or so until Lily from John Hancock joins us. So we're going to talk a little bit about applying for pension and what happens when you apply and how far in advance you should apply. If you have any questions about anything that I've talked about so far, if you want to type and submit those questions, I'm trying to keep an eye on the questions at the same time. But when should you file your application? Okay, you should file your application approximately 4 months ahead of time, 4 months ahead of when you want your pension to start. There are federal regulations, and they're kind of crazy complicated federal regulations surrounding when we have to provide you with certain estimates and information. So the federal government says we have to provide you with information in writing about the different payment option forms, the 60 certain, 50%, 75%, 100%. We have to provide that in writing. We have to provide you with your options on the partial lump sum option with respect to paying it directly to you or rolling it over to a traditional IRA or rolling it over to a Roth IRA. And those federal time frames can get rather complex. So 180 days is the absolute maximum. 180 days is 6 months. So an application packet is only valid for 6 months. The packet you've received today, your paper estimates that were mailed out to you, accompanied by the handouts for this webinar today, that is considered a valid pension application packet. So if you are looking to retire now or within the next 6 months, you can use this application packet that's part of the handouts along with your personal estimates that were sent out to you. You can use that information to file for your pension. Okay. 4 months in advance is the suggested time frame. Okay. That time frame has expanded. If you attended an in-person seminar maybe 2 years ago, we used to say apply 90 days in advance. Well, with COVID and the health crisis, most of our team is working remotely from home. So things take a bit longer. Your paper application comes into the fund office either by mail or by fax or by email. It actually comes into the physical office. Our clerks who are physically in the office working need to retrieve that and date stamp it and scan it and get it into our imaging system so that our at-home team can view your information and go over the information that you've submitted. So we suggest now 4 months in advance. Additionally, as many of you know, especially probably the trade show guys know, work has been scarce this last year for some specific groups of people. And as a result, we've had quite a few more than usual people apply for pension. In fact, those of you who've been around for a while remember that the market crashed in 2008, and then work kind of dried up as we moved into 2009 and 2010. Those were really busy pension years, and 2020 has actually surpassed, that last big time market correction back in 2008 to 2010. So the upshot is the fund office is really busy. So we've expanded that time to 4 months to account for the busyness and for the extra time involved in processing while we're working from home. If you are attending today and you're thinking, oh, gee, it's April 17th. I wanted to start my pension May 1st or June 1st or even July 1st. I will tell you for sure you're in time for July still, but now is the time to submit that application. If you want a July 1st pension start date, you should be filling out this paperwork, today and getting it in the office as soon as you possibly can. If you want a May or a June date, I would urge you to call the pension fund office, and speak to a representative there about your time frames. Because we're definitely short on time for May. In fact, for May, we've already processed the May checks. Now, you might still be entitled to May money, and we'll talk about that in a minute, effective dates and award dates. But you're getting short on time for May and for June. If you are attending today just because you wanted some extra information or some information to know about your pension, but you're really not thinking about retiring for another year or two, you want to give us a call about 5 months ahead of time so that we can send you out an application packet and that you can return that application to us 4 months ahead of time. Okay? So there are 2 dates that we talk about when we talk about processing a pension application. We talk about effective date and we talk about award date. So your effective date is the date that you're first entitled to a benefit. And your award date may be different, and that's the date we issue your first check. Okay? So your effective date cannot be any earlier than the month after you apply for pension. So if you fill out your paperwork today, right after we're done with the webinar, you fill out your paperwork, you send it in, you email it in, or you fax it in, and if it's in the fund office waiting for us on Monday, and if you have said on that paperwork, hey, I want to start my pension for May 1st, well, you've applied in April, the pension fund has received your application in April, so you could be qualified for an April 1st effective date, entitled to pension money for the month of May, because it's the month after we received your pension application. However, I guarantee you that we are not going to issue your first check for May. We are done processing new pension applications for May 1st already. The retirement benefits team finished up May 1st pension application processing about 2 weeks ago, and all of those applications right now are with our outside auditor. Yes, all of your application paperwork is not only reviewed by the pension fund office personnel, but it is also reviewed by an independent outside auditing firm. So right now our auditors have the May 1st pension applications. And we are going to print May 1st pension checks at the end of next week. Okay. So what does that mean? If you send in your application now over the weekend, the pension fund has it on Monday, you want a May 1st effective date, that's fine. We may owe you May 1st money, but you might not have an award date until June or maybe even July. Okay. So if your award date is later than your effective date due to processing time, your first check would have any retroactive money on it that we may owe you. So the application you submit today for May 1st pension, maybe it gets reviewed in another 2 or 3 weeks by the fund office staff, and then we go back at you and we say, hey, you didn't answer question 6, or you didn't submit your birth certificate or something like that. And then we have to go back and forth with you so you can submit the application, the information that is required. So the processing time many times means that your award date is later than your actual effective date. So that's something you want to talk with the pension fund office about if you're getting close to your deadline. After we receive your application in the pension fund office, again, as I mentioned, our clerks who are physically in the office are going to scan that and get it into our imaging system, and then it's going to get assigned to a representative, and the representative is going to review everything you sent in. Approximately 3, sometimes 4 weeks after we get your application in the office and that review has taken place, we will come back at you and we will send you what's called an application acknowledgement letter. So you will get written confirmation from us that we have received your application, we've reviewed your application, and we will either tell you that your application is complete and we don't need anything else, or we will tell you we still need this item, and this item from you, and we'll ask you to submit those. On the new applications, which is part of your packet here, these are brand new applications. They just launched about a month ago. They've been significantly revised. We actually ask you on the front page of that application if you prefer us to communicate with you via email about your application, or if you prefer communication about your application via the United States Post Office, paper mail through the post office. So we can do whichever you prefer. A question just came through about where do you get forms for an August retirement? Well, the paperwork that's right here in your webinar packet today can be used for an August retirement. It's within 6 months of today, so you can just download the handouts, print out the handouts for the pension application for today. If you don't have a printer or don't want to download the handouts, the pension application in the handout, give the pension fund office a call next week, and we can certainly have a paper pension application, the full application, sent out to you through the post office. Okay. Credit adjustments. I want to talk briefly about credit adjustments. I just mentioned to you that we are already done, the pension fund office is already done processing May 1st pension applications. Well, some people who are going on pension for May 1st are still working, and they're going to work up until the end of April, and that is perfectly fine. But the hours, think back to the beginning of the presentation, pension credit is earned on a calendar year basis, 250 hours is a quarter, 500 is a half, and so forth. The hours that are worked in April may have the effect of giving people who are going on pension for May, it might have the effect of giving them an additional quarter year of pension credit. So since we've already processed May, it's too late for us to incorporate those April hours into the credit history to start paying on all of the credit right away. So if you're working up until your retirement date, and if some hours are going to come in for work performed, right before the month before your retirement date, you're not going to have all your credit on your pension check right away. So what happens is, administratively, about 3 or 4 months after your pension starts, we go back and we recheck everyone to see if additional hours came in, which gave you additional credit. And if you are entitled to additional credit for those, that last month or so that you worked before pension, 3 or 4 months after your pension starts, we're going to do a credit adjustment. So we're going to adjust your pension upward for that extra quarter credit that you earned because of the late hours. And usually it's not a big adjustment. I mean, the accrual rate right now is $100, so a quarter is only worth $25, assuming you have no early reduction for your age and assuming you didn't take a joint and survivor benefit. So in general, adjustment amounts for an extra quarter are usually between $17 and $22, depending on the early reduction factor and the joint and survivor benefit elected. But so we're going to up your pension by however much we owe you based on your personal elections. And we're also going to give you the back money that we owe you for the 3 or 4 months of pension payments that you've already received. Okay. So that credit adjustment for extra hours takes place about 3 or 4 months after your pension starts. Truthfully, lately we've been running more around 4 or 5 months, but just recently we got ourselves back to that 4-month mark. So that's a good thing. If you are someone who is 65, who is working 39 hours a month for a contributing employer, when we talked about prohibited employment at the beginning of the presentation, we talked about it's okay to work 39 hours a month once you are 65. Or if you are somebody who's 70 and a half drawing a pension and you're still working, you get your credit adjusted once a year for any additional credit that was earned after your pension start date. So those credit adjustments generally take place in April, and they're retroactive to January. So just this month in April, for any pensioners who last year in 2020 earned credit due to the 39-hour rule or earned credit because they're 70 and a half and still working, just this month in April, they got an adjustment. They got a bump on their pension check for last year's credit, and that bump was retroactive to January of this year, January of 2021. So they got January, February, March retro money, plus they got an April bump. That's how credit adjustments work, so that we make sure that we're paying you on all of the credit that you've earned. So other information in your handouts. In the pension handout, which is handout number 1, there is a list on page P28, I think. Let me look at my handout here, make sure I'm on the right page with you. P22, I apologize. Page P22 of the pension handout talks about required documents that need to accompany your pension application. Okay, so we need a county certified birth certificate for you, and if you're married, for your spouse. We also need a county certified marriage document. Copies of county certified documents are acceptable. Okay, so if you attended a seminar more than a year ago, pre-COVID, we told you that you had to submit your original documents to the pension fund office and that we would scan and send your original documents back to you. Over the course of the last year, that requirement has changed. We are now accepting copies. In fact, we encourage you to submit copies. Do not send in your original documents. Okay. If you do still send originals, we will scan them into our imaging system and we will return the originals to you through the postal system. Something called, there's an app through the postal system called stamps.com. So it comes back traceable mail with the tracking information, but it's really better to submit copies. But you still have to submit copies of the county certified documents. So for a marriage certificate, you cannot submit, say, a document from the church or from the synagogue or from the mosque or, whatever religious official may have married you. You probably got a commemorative certificate to show that you were married at whatever religious institute. That is not acceptable. We cannot take that. You have to get the certified copy from the county in which you were married and send us a copy of the county certified marriage document. The same thing with a birth certificate. A lot of people have, their parents passed down to them what their parents called a birth certificate, which is something from the hospital, maybe with your footprints on it. Okay, that's actually a commemorative from the hospital. It's not a county certified birth certificate. So you want to get a county certified birth certificate and send us in a copy of that county certified birth certificate. We also need a copy of your government-issued photo ID. Generally, people send in a driver's license. If you have a passport, you can also send in a passport copy of your passport, copy of your driver's license, and that is for the carpenter and for the spouse. those both come in. You want to send in the fully completed construction fund application. If you have printed out the handouts, I would like to point out to you one thing on the application. It's page P30 of the pension handout, P30 of the pension handout, and that is section 6 of the application. Okay. If you are a Millman participant, enclosed with the estimates that were mailed to you, enclosed with the personal information that was mailed to you, is actually a Millman pension application packet. Excuse me, the two application packets are not interchangeable. So if you are out of the Millman pension fund, please make sure you're using the Millman application that was mailed, paper mail to you through the postal system to apply for benefits. But on page P30 of the webinar handouts, which is also section 6 of the construction and the Millman applications, question 6.2, which is toward the bottom part of the page, that A, B, C, and D, that A, B, C, and D for question 6.2 correspond with the A for the 60 certain guarantee, and the B for the 50% joint and survivor, and the C for the 75, and the D for the 100% joint and survivor. So that is where on the application you indicate to us which of the payment options you are choosing. Okay. If you are using this webinar packet to apply for a pension benefit, you also want to make sure that you sign and return to us both of the personal estimates, the B and the C estimates. You need to send them both back along with your pension application packet. Even if you do not choose the lump sum, you have to sign the lump sum estimate. Or even if you are choosing the partial lump sum, you still have to sign the regular, the B, the base pension estimate. We have to prove to our auditors that you made an informed decision about your payment options, that you were shown both sets of estimates, and you made an informed decision at the time you applied for pension. Also part of that pension application, there is a direct deposit form. Your first pension check is going to be a paper pension check. Okay. It is going to be sent out to you through the postal system mail, your very first check. Okay. It will come out to you in a big envelope, like the size of a full sheet of paper. It's like a 9 by 13 envelope. And enclosed with that first pension check will be your pension award letter. There'll be information we are federally required to send to you about retirement and suspension of benefits and prohibited employment. There'll be federally required, again, information about appeals procedures. And there will be a pension book, a summary plan description book. By federal regulation, we are required to send all of that information out to you when you get your first pension check. So by making the first check a paper check, you're endorsing that first check basically is also you acknowledging you received all of the federally required information that we have to send out to you at the start of your pension. After that very first pension check, direct deposit will start. Direct deposit is mandatory, so you're going to provide us with your banking information on the application. So direct deposit will be every month on the first working day of the month. Your pension check will go in. A lot of times I get questions about do we get a check stub in the mail? And the answer, no, you do not get a check stub in the mail. But with this new portal, participant portal that we'll be launching this summer, you will be able to go online every month and see the amount of your pension payment and any maybe deductions for federal taxes or retiree health benefits or things like that. There's also a federal tax election form enclosed in the pension application. The monthly pension benefit and even the lump benefit, we've kind of covered the lump already, but the monthly pension benefit is taxable income. Okay? So you do need to pay taxes, and you can have federal income taxes withheld from the monthly pension check. The last thing in the handouts is a federally required explanation of all of the joint and survivor benefits and of the relative value of your pension. So starting on page P43 of the pension handout, all the way till the end, it's about, it goes to page P49 of the pension handout. There's a written explanation of how the joint and survivor benefits work, of how the 60 certain works, of how the pop-up works. So if at the end of the webinar you maybe forget something that I said about those and you don't want to go back and watch the whole recording again, you can just refer to those pages on the handouts about how the joint and survivor benefits work. Also, regarding the initial pension packet that will come out with your first pension check and your award letter, that big packet I just described to you, if you choose to take the partial lump sum payment option, and if that partial lump sum is getting paid directly to you, your partial lump sum check will also be in that packet. Okay, in that big packet. If you're choosing the partial lump sum and if it's being rolled over to an IRA by either a traditional or a Roth IRA, you will not get that check. It will go directly to the financial institution that you indicate on your lump sum election form. The lump sum election form is also part of this pension packet, and it starts on page P9 of the pension handout. So the lump sum election form is there starting on page P9. Again, please remember that the Pension Fund Office team is there to answer your questions. Don't be afraid to give us a call. So I'm going to stop talking here and take a break. We'll take a 5-minute break, and we'll be back at, let's make it a tiny bit longer than 5 minutes. We'll come back at 12:10. I'm going to check and make sure that Lily has joined us from John Hancock. And we'll talk about the supplemental retirement plan. We'll talk about estate planning. And then I will return and talk about retiree health benefits. Thank you again for attending, and we'll see you back here at 12:10. Thank you.
Hi, Sherry. Good job. This is Lily. I am on the line right now. Enjoy a well-deserved break. Go grab some lunch or a quick snack, I guess.
Hello, and we are back again. Lily from John Hancock has joined us. Before I turn the presentation over to Lily, I just want to mention that as of June 1st of last year, for commercial carpenters for the construction pension plan, the current contribution rate to the John Hancock plan is $8 an hour of service. The Millman participants, the contribution rate to Hancock varies depending on your company's collective bargaining agreement with the council. Some are $1.50, some are a little more, some are a little bit less. That rate has been up and down over time. Also, I just want to mention the supplemental retirement plan is the official name of this benefit. Some people call it their annuity plan, and some people still refer to it as Putnam or Mercer because those were the record keepers before John Hancock. So if we're talking about the supplemental plan or John Hancock or the annuity or Putnam or Mercer, we're all actually talking about the same benefit. So on your personal handouts, the D form, at the bottom of the D form, we gave you your approximate supplemental retirement plan account balance as of about 2 weeks ago. When you are ready to take a distribution from the plan, you're going to call John Hancock or go online at myplancock.johnhancock.com to request a distribution application for that benefit. So that's all I'm going to talk about with respect to your supplemental plan. I am going to right now turn this over to Lily, and I'm going to give Lily, you should have keyboard and mouse control now, and
Okay,
you can take it away, but I will be here with you also.
great. Thank you. You can hear me okay?
I can.
Okay,
Go ahead.
perfect. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome. Thank you, first of all, Sherry, because I've been in and out listening since the morning, and this is an amazing benefit to have someone walk you through. And I know how important this is. You worked so hard over all these years, and it's exciting and it's kind of scary at the same time on preparing for the last phase of getting prepared to end working and then start with your future retirement goals. I know that my father, after working 32 years in a factory, he had the great benefit of having a Sherry walk you through and guide you through the final steps of how to guide you through everything. Where I remember my uncle didn't have that option. And my cousin would always call me complaining, oh gosh, I'm trying to help them and I'm trying to figure things out. And she was barely in her 30s and her 40s, trying to figure out all the homework. So this is great. You have this recorded, listen to it again. If your spouse is not with you, take the time. And I've been working with John Hancock for over 20 years. So I understand that it can be a lot of questions of how to make the most of everything. So the next few slides are going to focus on the Social Security aspect of everything. I am by no means a specialist in Social Security, but I do have the 20 years of all retirement planning with over 10 to 12, maybe 13 years already of looking at Social Security rules and regulations. So at the end, I'll open up for question and answers. Feel free, ask those questions, but we are going to give you some great resources on how to go online on the website for Social Security. Lots of great calculators that I'll end this session with as well. So you have spent a lot of years building. Oops, I'm trying to go to the next slide and it's not letting me go to the next slide here. Oops, sorry, Sherry, if you can hear me. Let me try to see if I can.
I am here, Lily. You need to click on the slide and then hit the page
Yeah,
down, and
there we go. Now I don't know
there
if
you
you
go.
did that or I did, but that's what I
You
was
did.
doing. Okay, good. So let me just try. Okay, now it's working. Perfect. There we go. So, as I mentioned earlier, you spent a lot of years building your retirement savings. So, if you are thinking about retiring, whether sooner or later, you're going to need to decide what to do with the money in your retirement plan so that we can make sure you keep those hard earned dollars working for you even through your retirement years. Oops, sorry. I'm using the mouse or the arrows. So let me do it this way. Okay, good. So You have different options, and we want to make sure that you compare your distribution options. Realize that when you quit working or retire, you're not obligated to take all your monies all at once. You have a number of choices. Leaving your employer through the retirement means that you're going to need to make that decision on what to do with that money. So, first, the important thing is no matter which choice you make, we want you to understand your options, and your decision does reflect your financial needs. So figuring out what is the best option for you right now. Some choices allow that you continue your money's tax deferred growth, and that includes keeping your money in your current plan, rolling over to an IRA, an individual retirement account, or rolling over to another employer plan if you're planning to work in retirement. Another choice is to cash out your retirement savings account, but just know that you could forfeit a chunk of your account's value in taxes and early withdrawal fees. We'll talk about that in a few slides. But we're going to look into that and see what's going to be the best options for you. Maybe you wish to take out simply a portion. So, yeah, it's not, I'm sorry, but I pressed the next tab on the next slide. Should say distribution options.
There you go, Lily. Just tell me
Thank
when
you.
to
I'm
move the
sorry.
slides.
Okay,
No
I'm
problem.
sorry. It's not working. I have my mouse and I'm doing the arrows. Thank you.
No problem.
Uh,
Sorry, everybody. Lily's just going to tell me when to split your slides. We'll move on. Thank you.
Thank you. So we want everyone to consider these withdrawal options and looking at your distribution options, whether you decide installments monthly, quarterly, semi-annual, or annual for a period or a year that it's a flat dollar amount. You can take either full or partial distribution. So this is, again, your options. Now, if you decide not to take anything out right away and you wait it and keep your monies invested so it's growing for you, if you're not working by age 72, you will be required to take what's called RMD, required minimum distributions. And that's, again, and we'll talk about that a little bit more in another slide. Also, in-service withdrawals are allowed at age 59 and a half, meaning that those who are age 59 and a half can have the option without a 10% penalty, younger than 59 and a half, but then there's also, if you have 55 years with service, that can also work for you. Hardship withdrawals with certain restrictions, IRS rules allow hardship, and rollover contribution withdrawals. So that's if you decide to roll over to another account. And then you have your list of distribution reasons, and we'll talk a little bit more about this. But with the distribution reasons, realize that if you have a year, 12-month separation of service and your account balance is less than 5,000, then you can roll it over somewhere else to avoid taxes, or you can cash it out. Now, also, if there's a 24-month separation of service, and because it's over 5K, you can decide. And then the retirement commencement of pension benefits. So sometimes participants decide, well, I've started my pension, let me start also here. It's your personal choice. You can do one or the other. You don't have to do them both. Normal retirement age is once you reach age 60. And also, in the case of death, we want to make sure beneficiaries are up to date. Or if you become disabled, you are allowed to withdraw earlier and avoid. So we also encourage you to look closely at your default investment option if you leave it in currently in your retirement in the current SRP. Plus, know that all mutual funds are subject to market risk and will fluctuate in value. And on the next slide, it's talking about keeping your money invested in your existing plan. So on the next slide mentions staying in your current plan. If your balance is greater than the $5,000, you're allowed to continue that potential tax deferred growth and the ability to remain in your current investment options as you avoid current income tax and any early withdrawal penalties. And there's generally no action required. So you don't have to do anything to stay in your plan. You're still going to receive your statements quarterly. For that reason, the only thing really is just make sure beneficiaries are always up to date. And if you do move, update your contact information. So you can always move your account balance at a later date if you wish to do so. You have contact with us. Keeping the assets in your current plan may also allow you to take advantage of special penalty-free distributions, because if you separated from employment in the year you reach age 55 and older, you are allowed. So here you have that extra stipulation of 55 and older. Not all retirement plans offer that. There are, however, several factors to consider. You may no longer receive employer contributions once you leave your employer. Obviously, you're only receiving it while you're currently working. And it may also be difficult to maintain a cohesive retirement planning strategy if your assets are in multiple locations. Also consider that you have access only to these investment choices offered by your plan, and your plan may change these investment options at any time, but the plan is also subject to any employer's discretion. For example, any blackouts or restrictions, but you will always receive documentation just in case, ahead of time, in case you were thinking about withdrawing any monies. You do have to continue to follow the plan's rules if you leave it here, even though you're no longer an employee. And in addition, you may also be limiting the withdrawal options available to your beneficiaries. This can be important when naming someone other than a spouse as a beneficiary. In most cases, the plan will require the non-spouse beneficiary to take a complete distribution rather than allowing them to take payments over their life expectancy. So those are qualified plan rules where it's different from other plans. On the next slide, it mentions rolling over to an IRA. A rollover distribution can be made directly to an IRA at many financial providers. And if you want to keep your retirement savings growing tax deferred to help you avoid paying any taxes or possible penalties if you were under 55, an IRA rollover is an option to consider. In many cases, you'll be able to choose from a variety of investment options, often more than the typical employer plan, and you'll be able to make additional contributions as well as combine other tax deferred accounts into your IRA. So if you're thinking about combining everything, that's why you might look at the IRA. However, realize other considerations are that investment options will be different than those that are offered here through your plan, and there may be additional fees. So that's the one thing I always ask everyone, make sure to ask about all possible fees through any IRAs, because you are individually responsible for all of those fees. On the next slide, also it talks about maybe one of the last options is taking a cash distribution. And going on the next. So many people think that they have to take their monies out of their plan when they do leave their employer. Again, as I mentioned earlier, this is not typically the case. Having immediate unrestricted use of your retirement savings may seem like it's a good idea, but it may not be in your best interest, because realize that when you take a cash distribution, if you're cashing it out, 20% of the distribution will be immediately withheld for federal taxes. And depending on where you retire, where you're living full time during retirement years, you may have state and or local taxes withheld as well. In addition, if you take a cash distribution prior to age 59 and a half, you may also be required to pay a 10% early withdrawal penalty. But again, there are certain exceptions, such as the deductible medical expenses, disability, or again, separation from service after age 55. So you have that exception to the rule. And the amount that you'll be taxed can total more than what you would think. And taking the cash could move you possibly into a higher tax bracket. On top of that, your savings are no longer growing tax deferred. I like to use the example, I remember I had a live presentation and there was a participant who mentioned he was 60 years old. He wanted to take out 30,000 out of his account, so cash it out and be able to pay off his house and one of his credit cards. But he was working that full year already, full time, and now taking that 30,000 in that year potentially would bump him into a higher tax bracket. So always remember and talk to a tax advisor before you decide to take out money, just to see what any tax implications might be at that moment, or perhaps taking out only what you need immediately, then waiting later for when you're in a lower tax bracket. So that's why I'm not a tax professional, so always speak to someone who knows your personal situation there. Then the next slide talks about the required minimum distributions and withdrawals. And so on the next slide, good. The RMDs, thank you, are showing you that from your current retirement plan, they must begin April 1st, following the year you turn age 72. Now, again, this is only if you're no longer working. I have more and more people who are telling me, I really enjoy working. I'm already 71. I still want to continue working just to keep active. That's wonderful. Stay working as long as you wish. But once you do decide, especially when you're at 72, you might start getting some letters from us. It's just reminding you, okay, if you're thinking about retiring soon, we're reminding you by April 1st, that following year, we want to make sure, because if you don't take that required minimum distribution, a penalty would apply on that amount that's not withdrawn. So we want to make sure. And here, looking here. So this here, I wanted to show you this quote from Dwight D. Eisenhower mentioning how, oops, thank you so much, mentioning how, I don't know, am I moving this or are you, I'm so sorry, Sherry. My mouse is here. There we go. Okay. So looking here at how the Social Security system, it never was intended as a substitute for your personal private savings or pension plans or insurance protection. It was intended as a foundation upon which these other forms of protection can be soundly built. So we were always expected to save on our own. And Social Security, the program as we know it, it started as a measure of alleviating poverty among the elderly during the wake of the Great Depression, when the stock market crash of 1929 and bank failures had destroyed the value of many Americans' retirement savings plans. And while, again, it was never intended to take care of all financial needs in retirement, for many, Social Security is their primary source of retirement income. And for others, it's an important supplement to pensions and personal savings that helps maintain their standard of living. So over the years, the program has evolved from a safety net designed to relieve poverty to the foundation upon which to build a secure retirement. And that's what we want everyone to understand. For a comfortable retirement income stream, most financial professionals estimate that you're going to need approximately 70% of your pre-retirement income, because if you think about it, we don't take home 100% of our paycheck, right? We have our Social Security deductions or healthcare deductions, et cetera. So we take home about 70%. So to maintain that standard of living, we want to make sure that you're prepared. And in addition to Social Security benefits, you should take into account any income sources such as, again, your pension, your employer provided pension, any other retirement savings, any investments or IRAs. And the next slide is talking more about how today, again, Social Security is a popular government program. And whenever you see the initials there, it's standing for the Federal Old Age Retirement Survivors and Disability Insurance. And it did begin again in the wake of the Great Depression, alleviating the poverty, as I just mentioned. When you work, you pay taxes into the Social Security system. And under the current system, when you're working, you're paying that Social Security, which are used to pay benefits to people who have already retired, people who are disabled, survivors of workers who have passed away, and the dependents of beneficiaries. So employers and employees are required to pay into the Social Security system in the form of taxes. And the way you do it is as a percentage of your annual income up to the annual maximum amount of earnings. The funds collected are paid out as benefits to current retirees. So today's workers are providing funds for the people drawing those benefits today. And when today's workers retire, the workers of that time will provide funds for their retirement benefits. And you are entitled to receive full monthly Social Security benefits if you have contributed to the system through payroll taxes, if you've attained your full retirement age, accrued 40 credits over your working career, and generally you earn 40 credits over a 10-year career with a maximum of 4 credits per year. And the credits are tied to your earnings, and the earnings required for a single credit increase each year annually. And you accrue credits for your earnings each year, and all those credits earned permanently remain on your work record, even if you leave the workforce for a period of time. Now, you don't have to memorize these numbers. If you go online on Social Security's website, it will show you your credits and your years of service over your career. The next slide is showing you this pyramid on how to focus on your personal assets to strengthen the foundation of retirement income. Social Security, again, was never intended to be a recipient's sole income in retirement, but only supplemental. Essentially, the foundation of retirement income planning has typically been Social Security, but now there's a heavier reliance on personal assets. And this turns retirement planning on its end, as you see the pyramid upside down. There are different income sources that you need to consider when you're doing your planning. When you go online on our calculators, you could see the recommended 70%. You can see our calculators to see how much should you be saving. Also keeping in mind, for many of us, lifestyles will change once we enter into retirement. So you will need to continue to revisit your vision of retirement. And as long as you have your balance, you can go online and use those calculators and change or update any changes as your vision of retirement is changed. And we want to make sure that you put this plan in place to continue to match your idea. And when we talk about income sources, in large part, we are talking about Social Security benefits, pensions, any other types of retirement savings, 401ks, potential earnings that you get from a job in retirement, as well as asset income. And this chart is representing the average breakdown for a retiree today. So again, as you can see, Social Security only provides a percentage of the individual's income. Because of this, it's critical to that people look at other income sources, and you can add those within the calculators. So the calculators online include Social Security, include your current pension now, your current SRP. Now you can decide to add, pardon me, any other pension savings, any other earnings, any other IRAs. So definitely add that in there, because it's not currently adding everything. So any other personal assets, you want to look at that. Now on the next slide, it is talking about also cost of living adjustments. And I'll mention to that as COLA, cost of living adjustments. And on the next slide here, one of the benefits Social Security is showing you it is a steady income, providing you, once you begin receiving those Social Security benefits, that amount of your income is set and it's not going to fluctuate on a monthly basis. So while this helps to provide a solid foundation when you're planning your bills or your budgeting, yes, it's helping you for your retirement income planning, but it may pose a challenge to maintaining your standard of living for the long term. Each October, the Social Security Administration does announce any cost of living adjustment, COLA, and the amount. It's going to show you which monthly benefits will be increased starting the following January. And the purpose of COLA is to ensure that the purchasing power of Social Security benefits is not eroded by inflation. And the COLA is based on the increase in the Consumer Price Index. Also, it's looking at the third quarter results of 1 year through the third quarter of the following year. And if there's no increase based on the economy, then there can be no COLA increase. So there's never a guarantee. If a COLA is declared, it's applied to the benefits currently being paid, as well as benefits that have not yet been paid. So even if you delay receiving your Social Security benefits, any cost of living adjustments announced will always be applied to your monthly benefit once you do begin receiving your Social Security income. And again, these are all calculators that we don't have to worry about. On the next slide, it's also asking or mentioning, reminding you to maximize your Social Security benefits. And if your birthday is, let's say, January 2nd, 1954 or later, the option to take only one benefit at full retirement age no longer exists, because if you qualify for both your own retirement and your spouse's or divorced spouse's benefits, you must apply for both. And this is called deemed filing. If you file for one benefit, you are deemed to file for the other one too, even if you don't become eligible for it until later. Now, in the past, before some new rules in 2015, there were different rules. But now, again, for those, if you were born January 2nd, 1954 or later, there are some different rules. The ones who were born before are grandfathered and can still take advantage of the old rules. But now that's how it is going forward. If you file for one benefit, if you're married, or if you're divorced or receiving from a spouse, you do have to file for both, even if you don't become eligible until later. Now, on the next slide, mentioning claiming benefits to later to maximize, here it's showing you, depending on your age, how to receive your full Social Security. But again, if you can even stretch it out later, your numbers will be higher. Full retirement age will increases apply to all retirement benefits and also survivor benefits. Although Social Security has always used the term full retirement age, you may find that some people now refer to the full retirement age as normal retirement age. And regardless of what your full retirement age might be, reduced benefits can still be paid as early as age 62. So people born on January 1st of any year refer to the previous year. So anytime you're looking at going online on the website, you'll be able to determine, okay, what would your numbers be at 62 compared to 65 or 66 or 67. Now, this next chart here is also going to talk about when you retire and how it impacts your benefits. And on the next slide, it shows you can claim early, on time, or late, and the monthly benefit is reduced to your account for a longer payout time. So since if you decide to take out or collect as early as 62, because it's a longer period of time, it's going to decrease your current monthly distribution. So retirement can be one of the most significant decisions that you will make. Deciding whether to collect Social Security benefits at the same time can be even more significant, and your decision to receive benefits will depend on your personal situation. What are your plans for retirement? If you will largely depend on income from Social Security, it may be beneficial to collect as early as possible. But if you do not need the extra income when you become eligible to collect, it may make more sense to claim that money later. And on the next slide, again, just reiterating the early age 62, as I just mentioned, your Social Security benefit will vary depending on when you decide to retire. You can get Social Security as early as 62. However, Social Security is going to reduce your benefit. And for example, if you turn 62 and your benefit would be about 27.5% lower than it would be if your full retirement age was 66 and 6 months. And some people will stop working before age 62, like my father did. But if they do, the years with no earnings will probably mean a lower Social Security benefit when they do retire. So depending, again, he had 32 years of experience of working in the factory. But you can choose to keep working beyond your full retirement age. My father-in-law did that because my mother-in-law was always a housewife, stayed at home, and he continued working simply for health benefits for both of them until she reached full Social Security age. So if you do, even though he was doing it for benefit of her, it was still benefiting him. Working beyond his full retirement age, my father-in-law was able to increase his future Social Security benefits. And you can do that as well and see benefits in two ways, because each extra year that you work adds another year of earnings to your Social Security record, and higher lifetime earnings can mean higher benefits when you retire. Also, your benefit will increase a certain percentage from the time you reach full retirement age until you start receiving your actual benefits or until you reach age 70. And the percentage varies depending on your year of birth. For example, if you were born in 1943 or later, they will add 8% to your benefit for each full year you delay receiving Social Security benefits beyond your full retirement age. And again, you don't have to memorize these numbers because you have the calculators online. In fact, the next slide will show you when you should take your benefits. And here, when you go online on the website, it's showing you this example similar to this graph where your decision can affect your monthly benefit amount, and monthly benefits differ again based on the age you start receiving. The chart is showing you the example on the left. At full retirement age of 66, you could get $1,000. But notice, just waiting one more year, it's a little bit higher, 1,080. A little bit longer, 68, 69. At age 70, it increases for $320 more compared to age 66. So you could decide when you go online, check what the differences are in your numbers, and is it worth it to still extend that benefit to get the larger amount. For some, they might say, no, maybe I'll go ahead and take it earlier. For others, that might mean paying a lot of bills substantially, because remember, these are monthly amounts and these months are set once you do begin the distribution. On the next slide, again, asking, I have so many times participants asking me, when should I take the benefits? And what is that best age? I wish I had a crystal ball for everyone and even for myself, because there's not really a single best age for everyone. And ultimately, it's your personal decision. The most important thing is to make an informed decision. Uh, Base your decision about when to apply for benefits on your individual and family circumstances. Share with your family members. That's one thing that my father went ahead and made some decisions without really talking with my mother, and they had different opinions on when to take it out. But the answer is personal, depends on several factors such as your current cash needs, your current health, and family longevity, something to think about as well. Also consider if you plan to work in retirement years and if you have other sources of other retirement income. You must also study your future financial needs and obligations and calculate your future Social Security benefit. Remember that one of the handouts also had a worksheet where you could include all your expenses and try to forecast. And even online, we have some great calculators. Now, when thinking about retirement, be sure to plan for the long term. Many of us will live much longer than the average retiree, and most women live longer than men. About one out of every three 65-year-olds today will live until at least age 90 years old, and one out of every seven will live until at least age 95. Social Security benefits, which last as long as you live, provide a valuable protection against outliving savings and other sources of retirement income. So again, you'll want to choose a retirement age based on your circumstances so that you will have enough Social Security income to complement your other sources of income. And talking about longevity, I always like to use the example of my husband. I have had my grandparents have passed away well into their 80s and 90s. Now, my husband's two grandmothers recently passed away. One of his grandmothers was 101 years old. The second grandmother was 103 years old, lived wonderful, full lives. But again, that's where we want to consider waiting and taking that larger amount so that it can extend through all your retirement years, or if you take it earlier and you'll have a lesser amount. And we want to always remember life expectancy along with potential inflation in the future. Now, on the next slide, we're introducing what if you decide to continue working? Well, the next slide after that is saying you can still work and continue to receive benefits from Social Security. In fact, my father, I like to use the example, after full retirement, a few years, he decided to go back into the workforce. Now, you can still continue to work and continue to get retirement benefits, but your earnings in or after the month that you reach your full retirement age will not reduce any of your Social Security benefits. Now, Social Security will reduce your benefits, however, if your earnings exceed certain limits for the months before you reach full retirement age. So here's how it works. If you're younger than full retirement age, that's what my father did. He decided to go back into the workforce. My parents live close to the airport, so he decided to go to work at a hotel and ride their shuttle bus to and from the airport, taking the pilot and the flight attendants, and also guests, passengers back and forth from the airport to and on the shuttle. So he really liked it. It was a part-time job, something to keep him active. Now, while he was working, he still was not at full retirement age. So in this example, if you're younger than full retirement age, Social Security is going to give you a certain limit. And you see in the middle column, you can make up to so much amount. Now, these are 2019 numbers. You can always go online and it will update to the more recent numbers. But looking at it's deducting, if you're younger, it's going to deduct $1 for every $2 you earn above the annual limit. And in the year you reach your full retirement age, Social Security will reduce your benefits by $1 for every $3. Now, this reduction continues until the month that you reach full retirement age. And once you do reach full retirement age, you can keep working and Social Security will not reduce any Social Security benefit, no matter how much you earn. So my father didn't know this the first year. He was working part-time, and when he went to file his taxes, he noticed some money taken out. Now that money went back into his Social Security. So it's not money that's being taken away. It was deposited back into his Social Security. But again, then he decided, okay, he talked to his boss and said, I need to work part-time, even less, so that I stay under this limit so that he wouldn't feel that. But it was only a couple of years, and then he was able to do that. So if you are younger than full retirement age and you make more than the yearly earnings limit, your earnings may reduce that benefit amount. So full retirement age is age 66 for those born under age 19 or the year 1954, beginning with 1955. 2 months are added for every birth year. Again, online, you can see that chart, and it really does help understand it a little bit further. Now, on the next slide, we want to talk a little bit about spousal benefits. Now, remember, before they had that file and suspend strategy, it's no longer available. The option to take only one benefit at full retirement age no longer exists. If you do file for one benefit and you are married, you will be effectively filing for all retirement or spousal benefits. And on the next slide, I'll explain a little bit better, showing you that spouses who never worked or who have low earnings can get up to half of a retired worker's full benefit. So if you're eligible for both your own retirement benefits and spousal benefits, Social Security will always pay your own benefits first. Now, if your benefits as a spouse are higher than your own retirement benefit, you'll get a combination of benefits equaling the higher spouse benefit. So for example, on the next page, it's showing you Marianne qualifies for a retirement benefit of $250 and a spouse's benefit of $400. So at her full retirement age, she will get her own $250 retirement benefit. And then Social Security will also add that extra $150 from her spouse's benefit for that total number of 400. Now, if she takes her retirement benefit before her full retirement age, they will reduce both of the amounts. So again, waiting till full retirement age, it's going to show you what that total number is. So she qualified for the 400, but you're taking your monies first, then the additional. Example, my mother, she worked part-time, and because for many years she stayed at home with the children, and when she did file, my father's was much higher considerably. So this applied to her, where she was getting a majority of her income. She got hers, which was a lower amount, and then she got the additional spousal benefit thanks to my father's Social Security. So again, this is if you're married and you are applying for both, which you will have to, even if you're not receiving it immediately. Now, on the next slide, also it's showing you, depending on your total annual income and retirement, how a portion of Social Security benefits might be taxed. So please know, again, I'm not a tax professional. Tax laws, I loved tax accounting when I was in college, but tax rules and regulations are changing constantly and they can get confusing. So again, I always advise, try to speak to a tax advisor, someone who knows your personal situation, and ask them personally, hey, what's my maximum allowed? Because again, depending on your total annual income, a portion of Social Security benefits or those of your spouse, if you're filing jointly, it may be subject to income tax. So to help determine if your benefits are going to be taxable, Social Security establishes base amounts. Now, you can always go online, see what the base amounts are. And if your modified adjusted gross income, your AGI, plus one half of your Social Security benefits, plus any tax exempt interest you receive, this is all called your combined income. If it exceeds certain limits, some of your Social Security potentially may be taxable. And for example, if you file a tax return as an individual and your combined income is between 25,000 to 34,000, noticing if you're single individual, your combined income is more than 34,000, it's up to 85% of your Social Security benefits. So that is subject to income tax. So the numbers are always going to show you online on Social Security's website, but then noticing if you're filing a joint return, you may have to pay taxes on 50% of your benefits if you and your spouse have a combined income between 32,000 to 44. And if your combined income is more than the 44, up to 85% of your Social Security benefits is subject to income tax. So again, check with your tax advisor, see what those numbers are. That's why I've heard personally family members who said, I went to H&R Block or I went to whatever the tax advisor and they gave me my numbers. So I make sure this is the most I take so that I don't have to worry about those taxes. Okay. And usually the numbers are still pretty considerably helpful, even at taking the minimum. Now, on the next slide, I'm going to show you again factors to consider. In addition to looking at thinking about taxes, what are your current monthly cash needs? Do you think that you need a lot more? Do you want to do you anticipate any health care issues? Are you in good health? What is your life expectancy? Again, no crystal balls there, but if longevity runs in your family, so many great doctors and medicines, we are living later in life. Also, how old is your spouse and how is their health? Because as I mentioned, with my father-in-law, he decided to work even later or decided to delay his Social Security benefits because my mother-in-law wasn't working. So again, these are reasons to consider. Do you continue working or do you plan even later to work? Do you have other potential sources of income, like any investment income or the pension payments? You can add those on our calculators online. Also, do you prefer the lower payments that are going to last longer, or do you want those higher payments even though they're going to be for a shorter period of time? So when you go online on Social Security's website, you'll be able to see your actuarial break-even point. And that has helped a lot of participants who said, wow, it was really helpful to go on there, plug in my numbers and see they really did make a difference. Or other people said, oh, it didn't make that big of a difference, so I will take it early. Or others who said, I want to take it later because it was a considerable larger. So that break-even point online can help you. On the next page, it's showing you your Social Security calculators, where it can again help you plan for the future and what you may need now. So go on Social Security's website. The link is at the bottom through ssa.gov. You'll be able to see the retirement age calculators, the retirement estimator, along with a detailed calculator. And this is a great way of just getting really precise estimates. Never a guarantee, of course. I always like to use the analogy, it's like a GPS. If you're going to travel somewhere and you plug in a new address in the GPS, it might say, okay, we're going to get there at 4:45 p.m. But what if there's construction or detours or whatever? But use these calculators knowing that, of course, it's never a guarantee, but really good estimates just to know, are you on track? In addition to those calculators, on the next slide, it has the SSA or socialsecurity.gov website where you can click on My Social Security, create your online account. So if you haven't gone online yet, I hope most of you have already done this, but it's really easy, user-friendly, and viewing all of the numbers is, again, 62 versus 65 versus 67. It really does help break everything down, seeing the charts. I'm a visual person. I like having everything in front of me. So hopefully you will agree that it's pretty user-friendly. Plus, going on the next slide, remember that when you go online and use the services, even before or after you receive benefits, go online, use that retirement estimator. Remember, also through our John Hancock website, you can use some great calculators as well. But on the Social Securities, you have access to disability and retirement applications, any questions about Medicare online. Oh my gosh, I remember my cousin going through all that information with my uncle. Maybe applying for extra help with Medicare drug plan costs and more detailed information there. Looking at any planners for retirement survivors disability. You can request a Social Security statement there. Everything's paperless, but some people do request their statements. Also, very important, change of address or phone numbers. Please keep that active. Any replacement for Medicare cards, you can request your benefit verification letters when needed, and you can start or change your direct deposit information, especially going online through the website. So on the next slide, I'm going to end with just mentioning before I open up for question and answers, remember going on to John Hancock's website, myplan.johnhancock.com. If you've misplaced your password, you can say forgot password. It's really user friendly. But here is your dedicated 800 line, 855-312-2722. So you can call Monday through Friday, speak with our licensed counselors. They can help you with your questions. We can help you with our personal calculators. We can show you where is Social Security on our website. Do you have other IRAs? Where to add your pension estimates? So go online, use all of the great tools and resources. I'm going to come back. I want to leave with this, my plan, the website. But the next slide is just a brief disclosure, just reminding everyone, again, each individual is unique. So speak to a professional, someone who knows your personal situation, and especially take a look at those investments. Do you want to go lower risk or higher risk? It defaulted for you, but maybe your goals have changed. So remember to do that. So at this time, I'm going to open up for question and answers. Thank you, Sherry, so much. I'm sorry, I don't know why my laptop isn't letting me change, but I wanted to go back onto that, leave the our website and 800 open. And at this time, open up for any questions, or if you have anything to write in the chats. Trying to see how were you doing it earlier if you were going through the chat screen.
Yeah, so I've kind of been watching. Anybody, if you have questions for Lily, go ahead and type them in there. Lily, it's actually not in the chat box. There's actually another box that says questions, but
Q&A, okay.
yeah, I don't see that. One gentleman, I can actually answer this because it's really about the pension. He's asking if he waits to take his Social Security, will it affect his pension? And the answer to that is actually no.
Good, good. Yeah, we get that question often.
John N., you've sent in a rather personal question that's a little too involved for us to get in today, so I do apologize for that. And I'm just going to give it a minute or two to wait and see if anybody sends through any other questions for Lily. Nick, are you on the line with us? I see you in the waiting room, but I don't.
Yes, I'm here.
Oh, good.
Perfect. Okay, so we're going to give another second or two to see if any questions come through for Lily. And then everyone here who's still attending, we'll give another minute or so for questions for Lily to come through. And then Nick Cortese, who's an attorney who works with the regional council, is going to speak with us about estate planning. So Lily, I actually don't see any other questions coming through on here about Social Security benefits. So we appreciate your time with us today, Lily, and thank you so much for joining.
Thank you, everyone. Good luck to you. Stay safe and healthy. And thank you again, Sherry. This is wonderful. Have a great day, everyone.
You too, Lily. Thanks.
Thanks. Take care.
And Nick, I just gave you keyboard and mouse control, so you should be able to move the slides. And if not, I'm happy to help you out like we did with Lily.
Terrific. Well, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you, Shari. As Shari had mentioned, my name is Nicholas Cortese, and I'm an attorney for the District Council. And I'm here to talk to you today about two things. The first one being estate planning, and then the second, after we're through with estate planning, I'm here to speak to you today about a whole new benefits package for retired members for being active members of the Chicago Regional Council of Carpenters. So a lot of interesting and fun things to go through, but let's start with estate planning. As you've gone over the last couple hours, you're going over, what you need to do when you retire and where your monies are going and how to maximize your retirement benefits. What I'm here today to talk to you about with estate planning is what is in the best interest of creating an estate plan for you and your family to take care of you and your family after you have passed. In Illinois, there's essentially two mechanisms or devices, shall we say, that we set up for someone who wants to create an estate plan. The first is basically a will, a simple will for you and your family that essentially lays out what your assets are and who your assets are going to go to after your death. And even in some circumstances, we even have guardianship papers for families that have minors under the age of 18. The will is the one mechanism that we have. Another mechanism that we have that has become very popular is a full estate plan with a revocable living trust. And to sum it up, in Illinois, if your estate's worth more than $100,000 and all you have as an estate document is a will, upon your death, your heirs, your family, will have to go through the probate court system in order to disperse of your estate. Even if you have a will, everything's written out, itemized, perfect directions on where assets are to go, your heirs will have to go through the probate court system to disperse of your estate. A lot of people don't know this. A lot of people think, well, if I have a will, I'm going to be able to avoid probate court. And for those that don't know, what probate court is, it's essentially the court of law that essentially oversees the distribution of your estate, ensures that all your information in your will is carried out to the T. Probate court today, on average, it takes 18 to 24 months to disperse of your estate, even if it's written out in a will. It's costly because your heirs would have to hire an attorney, and they wouldn't be able to use your assets, again, for anywhere from 18 to 24 months, and attorney fees would be ridiculous. The one way to avoid probate and going through probate court is to create a revocable living trust. By creating a revocable living trust, your heirs would, upon your death, would receive your assets immediately. There would not be any need to go to probate court. A revocable living trust, and I want to go through the differences between the two. Sherry, I apologize, I can't move the next slide either. Here it is.
There you go.
Can everybody see that? So what is a revocable living trust? People get scared over this name of a revocable living trust. I'm not going to be able to use my assets. They're all tied up. That is not the case. A revocable living trust is ultimately the same thing as a will. You have an executor. You have beneficiaries. It's just during the course of your lifetime, your assets are being held in this revocable living trust. If you can go to the next slide, Sherry, please. So who are the parties to a revocable trust? During the course of your lifetime, you and your spouse are both the trustor, the trustee, and the beneficiaries of the trust and the assets within the trust. You can do what you want with the assets in the trust. You could take them out to sell them. You could buy other assets, put assets into the trust. You are in absolute control of your trust during your lifetime to do what you want. The only difference is that those assets are being held in title under the name of the trust. And for example, the name of the trust we usually create for Jane and Joe Smith would be the Revocable Living Trust, the Smith Revocable Trust, dated whatever day we execute the documents. And again, all your assets would be being held under that title of the trust during your lifetime. If we can go to the next, see if I could. So the estate planning process, or excuse me, the estate planning documents. If we do a full estate plan with a revocable living trust, we have the document that I talked about before, and I'll go through all these documents with you if we decide to prepare an estate plan for you. We have a revocable living trust, which I just went over. We have a pour-over will. What a pour-over will, and it's the same as a living will, number 6 on the page, is that in the revocable trust, you have your main assets like pension accounts, your houses or homes if you have them. Any major assets, life insurance is going to be titled under the name of the trust. The pour-over will essentially takes all your personal effects, personal property, such as furniture in your house, jewelry, dishes, automobiles, and it pours those assets into the trust so that those assets are distributed according to the trust document to your heirs or beneficiaries. Transfer documents including up to 2 deeds. What that means is that I draw up a deed and take your principal place of residence and put it into the name of the trust. Similar to that Smith revocable trust, the house would be under the name of that trust. You don't have to let your mortgage company know if you still have a mortgage on your house. It's separate from that. So it's really all we're doing is changing title. And again, you are still the same owner of the house. Powers of attorney. Excuse me. Powers of attorney. So the revocable trust and the pour-over will, those documents are there to take care of your assets after you've passed. The powers of attorney are there to take care of you and your assets while you're alive and incapacitated to do so. The durable power of attorney for property, you are giving someone the ability to take care of your assets, your property, your homes, taxes, bank accounts, etc. You're giving someone the power to take care of those assets while you're alive and incapacitated to do so. The healthcare power of attorney is the same, except you're giving someone permission to take care or make healthcare decisions for you while you're alive and incapacitated to do so. The living will, number 6, as I mentioned, is the same as the pour-over will. And in addition to that, we also include bookkeeping materials for you. And if you have children that are under the age of 18, we also include guardianship papers in with the estate plan for your children. So, Sherry, if we can go to the next slide, please. I'm sorry, it's not working on my end. Back.
Advantages?
Process. There
This
we
one?
go. Yes, thank you. So in doing an estate plan, or if a simple will, if we offer both, but if you want to do the estate plan or the will, the procedure we go about right now of preparing it, who's interested, you would contact me, and my information's at the end of the slide or presentation. And what I would do is I'd send you a 4-page questionnaire to complete. Once you complete it, you email or mail it back to me. My staff and I will contact you. We'll have questions for you. You'll have questions for us. And then from there, it will take about 3 to 4 weeks to complete your will or estate plan. And once it's completed, we put your estate plan in a binder, table of contents, and it's really laid out really nice for you. Then what we do is we pick a place and time for us to meet. We go through, I explain all the documents to you. We have them executed. I'm a notary, and they're notarized, and you're all set. The process is simple as that. If we can go to the next slide, Sherry. The slide here, if I have a revocable trust, do I still need a will? And I covered this a little bit earlier. The answer is yes. And what that means is that regards to the pour-over will, we will prepare a pour-over will for you, which again works with your trust with the ideas I mentioned earlier. It pours all your personal property into the trust so that the documents are separated, or excuse me, the personal property is distributed according to your wishes in your trust. That one's okay. The advantages of the estate plan, we just went over them essentially, but I'll repeat some of them. The advantages of an estate plan with a revocable trust, you avoid probate, which is the main reason, and all the related costs with that process, both financially and emotionally. It reduces or eliminates estate taxes and allows for quick distribution of your assets to your beneficiaries. Everything is private. It's completely confidential. And a revocable living trust does not need to, upon your death, the revocable trust does not need to be filed with the court or the county, whereas a will upon your death, your will be filed with the county and is available for public viewing if someone chooses to do that. It lets you keep control of all your assets, not only while you're alive, but after your death. And the obvious ones prevents unintentional disinheriting and avoids problems with joint ownership. And the rest are, you could see there, but the main ones are the main ones I mentioned above. So if we can go to the next slide. One up. So the cost, we have, what is the cost of an estate plan with a revocable trust? As a benefit to you and your families for being members of the Chicago Regional Council of Carpenters, we provided a basic estate plan, as I mentioned, for $1,800. Now, it sounds like a lot of money, and it is, but let me tell you real quick a story. About 6 years ago, I didn't offer this plan, nor did the Carpenters, to our members. And I run the Carpenters, and I'll explain this later, legal services program. And I would have members contacting me, asking me if I could prepare a will for them for the purpose of avoiding probate. And as we discussed, and I told them, unfortunately, in Illinois, if your estate's worth more than $100,000, if you only have a will, your heirs will have to go through the probate court system upon your passing. I said the only way to avoid that is to create an estate plan with a revocable living trust. Again, at the time, we did not offer it. The members went out and priced a full estate plan, and the costs were anywhere from $3,800 on up on a low end. And the members simply couldn't afford it. So what I did in hearing this, I contacted the executive boards and asked them if we could offer this program to our membership at this discounted rate. And ever since then, it's been a huge success, especially now over the last year and a half with COVID. So, and with that, you have, does anybody have any questions in regards to the estate plan, revocable trust, or a will? I'm happy to answer for them.
So Nick, I can see through the Q&A typing, gentleman has asked, would it be smart to put IRA accounts into a revocable living trust?
The IRA accounts, we do not recommend that you put into the revocable living or the trust. And the reason is that, that's what we recommend. would want to check with your financial advisor, but our interpretation of the law would be that by doing so, you could incur the tax ramifications immediately, and that's why we advise against it.
And then another question from a different gentleman has come through. If my financial investments have beneficiaries and contingent beneficiaries already designated, why would they need to go to a trust?
The answer is that they wouldn't have to. Some people, in what we have, what we do is, for example, in that, let's just say a life insurance policy where somebody has one beneficiary and then they have a second beneficiary in case the first beneficiary passes away. In some of those instances, we do not, our client does not change the beneficiary name to the name of the trust. They can leave it as is. The reason you would do it is because in the event that either of those two beneficiaries pass away, I think the gentleman said life insurance or whatever fund he was talking about, if those two people had passed away prior to your death and it wasn't changed, then those proceeds would be tied up in probate court. Usually, in a lot of circumstances, by putting the beneficiary into the name of the trust, a lot of people have the same beneficiaries in the trust as they do on the beneficiaries on their forms. The benefit to put it again into the trust is that it'll have more options for disbursement in case something happens to those two beneficiaries.
Thank you. Another attendee has asked, do you handle special needs trusts?
I do not offer special needs trust. However, I do have an attorney that will prepare a special needs trust for our members at a discounted rate. I don't have the exact amount. I should say the exact amount hasn't been determined. It's 20% off the attorney's going rate. The reason you can't give a specific dollar amount, or we don't like to, is because with the special needs trust, there are other documents that there's not really a set of documents that fit all parties. So depending on certain circumstances, somebody may have more documents than the next, which is why we only do a 20% discount, and I can't give you an exact rate.
Okay, so the gentleman who asked that question, Nick's contact information is on the slide if you'd like to talk with him directly about that. There's also another question about a gentleman says he already has a trust. Do you prepare just a will only, and what would the cost for that be?
Yes, we prepare only a will. A will is the cost of $200, and we're happy to prepare a will.
Great. I do not see any other questions coming through about estate planning, Nick, so maybe you could please move on and talk about the Midwest Coalition of Labor Benefits, please.
Great. If everybody, I don't know if they have it, Sherry said she gave it to us, to you. There's the Retired Member Benefits Package. There it is, MCL, Midwest Coalition of Labor.
So this handout, it was actually, everyone, part of the links that were emailed to you. Unfortunately, we're limited to 5 handouts on the GoToWebinar software, so it's not accessible through the GoToWebinar software, but the email that you got with all the handouts has it. And if you need a copy, you can access it through the Fund Office website, or you can give the Retirement Benefits Department a call, and we'd be happy to send that out to you. So go ahead, Nick.
Great. Thanks, Sherry. The Midwest Coalition of Labor is an exciting new benefits package for you and your families for being active members of the Chicago Regional Council of Carpenters. And that also includes, as long as you're a member in good standing and you're retired, you still are able to benefit from this new benefit program. If we can go to the next page, Shari. Midwest Coalition of Labor benefits package was created approximately 2 years ago. The idea behind it is that we are offering our members and our retired members additional benefits for being members of the Chicago Regional Council of Carpenters. Benefits beyond the benefits that you already receive as members for being, in additional benefits that you receive for being members of the Chicago Regional Council of Carpenters. These are
Nick, I'm sorry, Nick, I just want to, I apologize. I just want to mention in the slides that we just have the cover of the booklet in the slides. We didn't do all the individual pages. We can certainly fix that for next time. So go ahead.
Absolutely. So, but I'll go through some of the benefits for you. And again, these are for you and your families for being members of the union. One of the first benefits, and we kind of went over a little bit, is the MCL Legal Services Program. And I run this program along with a colleague, a retired Cook County Circuit Court judge. And what this program consists of for legal services is 3 different areas. The first and most important is you and your families can call this 877 number we have set up. It's 877-694-2663 and receive free legal advice in any area of the law that you're having a problem in. Anything from moving violations to family law to landlord-tenant issues to real estate. We're here to answer and solve any of those problems you have or answer any of those questions you have so you and your family do not have to go and spend money on an attorney. Let me give you a couple examples, and they're just a few because we've gotten every question you could think of. What do you do at tax time this time of year if your employer fails to give you a W-2 form or your W-2 form is incorrect and your employer is unwilling or unresponsive to correct that? There's a proper procedure that you have to go through, and we take you through that to solve that problem so you can file your income taxes on time. What do you do if someone calls you and says, well, you signed this document to buy this automobile and we're now going to affect your credit? Well, and that has happened. We have contacted the dealership over forgery cases and saved the members thousands of dollars with not only saving their credit, but not having to go and speak to an attorney, which would also cost monies to solve this problem. Another, and I always give this story because I think it hits home. Really quickly, a woman had contacted me a few years back. Her son had taken the ACT exam when they offered it in class, and he scored a 19. The second time he took the exam, he scored a 29. She received a letter from the ACT company stating that your son, there's no way statistically your son could have gotten a higher score like he did. He must have been cheating, and therefore we're going to cancel his second score. Well, her son needed that second test to get into U of I, to submit to U of I to get into U of I the following fall. He needed it immediately. So she contacted me. I contacted the ACT company. Essentially, they had no evidence of this, and we worked on an agreement. I enabled the son to be able to take the test right away, and if he got over a 23, they were to give him the higher score. Well, I'm happy to say he got a 25, and they gave him the 29, and he got into U of I that following fall. Now, the reason I love this example is that if this woman did not have this program, she would have had to go to an attorney's office. Attorney would have wanted at least $200 to $500 to even sit down and talk to her. And even then, the problem would have probably been solved right away. I love the example because it's a great way to show how just our advice program has saved the members tons of money and tons of heartache by taking advantage of it. If we don't know an answer to a question, we'll do research, we'll get back to you, and you're welcome to call 10 times on the same issue if you like. And we're also happy to speak to your spouses or your children. I just ask if the children are not above the age of 18 that you be on the phone with us. So that's the first main part of the legal services. The second is we offer free property tax appeal services. Yes, it's right. It's all free. We do the analysis, and if we get a reduction in your property taxes, there is no charge. It's absolutely free. The reason I reiterate this is because members are happy that I got a reduction and ask me, well, what are you going to charge me? And it's free. I don't know how else to explain it. In addition, we do free expungements to your criminal history record, and we also do free credit repair for the members. And then the third area of the legal services program is discounted legal services and fees. For example, let's say someone contacts me and says, Nicholas, I have a DUI. What can I do? What advice can you give me? Well, there's no advice I can give that person except you're going to need an attorney. Well, I have a criminal defense attorney that will do representation in criminal defense, not only in DUI matters, but other matters at discounted flat fee rates. In addition to criminal defense, I have a family law attorney that will represent you at a discounted hourly rate. As we talked about earlier, I do the estate planning at a discounted rate. We also do real estate closings at a discounted rate also. Those rates and those areas of law are not only in the packet, but if you go to the MCL website, they're also there too. So that essentially, and I mentioned it before, not only myself giving out legal advice to the members, but I've also retained or hired a retired Cook County Circuit Court judge. His name's Jim McCarthy, and he also answers and takes your phone calls in giving out legal advice. In addition to the legal advice through MCL, you also receive additional roadside assistance coverage for being members of the union. They are absolutely free. You'd want to take a look at it. Allstate offers everything from towing, flat tire repair, jump start, lockout, and fuel delivery. I have Allstate, and I don't have this on my policy, and I looked into it, and I believe this was going to be another $75 a month for me to just have this. So this is a great benefit to have. Another benefit to MCL is you have access to a credit union that is strictly for MCL members, the union, and their families. There are a whole slew of benefit savings accounts, money market accounts, lending programs from everything from a boat to a house, equity lines of credit, all that are at discounted rates for you. People ask, well, what's the difference between a credit union and a bank? A bank's in business to make money, so their rates are going to be higher. Credit union's non-for-profit, so naturally the rates are going to be lower. The other thing too is that if your house is foreclosed on and you have a loan from the MCL, there's periods of time that they could forgive or defer payment until you get your feet back on the ground. Great benefit. I'm not even naming all the different services, but it's definitely something you want to take a look at. In addition, there is Social Security disability benefits that are available to you. These services you want to look into where from depression to heart disease, you could buy additional benefits for yourself at discounted rates. That is also in the packet also, or also a benefit to the union members. There's also a members discount program. You receive discounts in everything from Costco, Ray-Ban sunglasses, theater, restaurants, travel, even discounts at Disney World. That's a great benefit. You want to take a look at that. That's a discount program. Another area that we just added probably about 6 months ago is the MCL tax preparation. They will do an individual income tax return for $135 for retirees, $240 for self-employed or contractors, and they also include free tax planning services for our members. Definitely something you want to take a look at, or you maybe should have looked at well, we got another month to take advantage of the income tax extension to May 15th, but something definitely worth looking into. In addition, there are scholarships that are designed for union members and their families, strictly for union members that are there for your children to take advantage of. There's a whole program in here that talks about that, but it's a great program that you should definitely look into, especially with the soaring cost of college and what it costs to go to.
Great. So Nick, a question has come through. Are you still able to help with legal services for a member who lives in Indiana?
Yes. In fact, not only in Indiana, but Iowa, Wisconsin, and I don't think this will apply to any of our members here, but Minnesota, North Dakota, and South Dakota. This program, real quick, started for just in Illinois, and with our membership in 4 other unions, with a total of 92,000 members. It's increased and it's growing organically. Not only Illinois, but Wisconsin, North Dakota, South Dakota, Minnesota, Indiana, Iowa, Kansas, Missouri, and believe it or not, we have a union in Texas that also takes advantage of the programs. But yes, and we have attorneys that are available to give the discounted legal services in Indiana.
Great, thank you.
Moving on in the packet, we've also recently added an MCL mobile app. If you go to your mobile phone and where you could drop your applications, if you type in Midwest Coalition of Labor, there's an app you could download to your phone that essentially reiterates all the benefits that I've spoken about here. It also gives you a section where you could sign up for updates. So when new additional benefits are added, you can be the first one to see them and take advantage of them. We are working constantly to add new benefits for our members, and by the end of this year, there will be additional benefits for you and your families. Also, social media and some other useful links. You could see we have from Facebook to Twitter to Instagram. We have pages for Midwest Coalition of Labor there. Also, the obvious one, the Midwest Coalition of Labor link or website. And just so you're not confused, the website is coalitionoflabor.org. It's not Midwest Coalition of Labor, it's coalitionoflabor.org. But again, there on that website, you could see all the benefits of the program, and you could sign yourself up so you'll receive email updates. And that's essentially the membership program. It's funny that this program has been a huge success. It's growing organically. We get calls from unions that are not involved or their membership does not offer these programs, and quite frankly, the members are aggravated or pissed at their union because these are great benefits and they want to know why that they're not being provided them. So this is a great advantage for being a member of the Carpenters Union. Definitely something to take advantage of for you and your families. With that, does anybody have any questions on the MCL program?
The question that's come through so far, just to clarify, the gentleman's question is, does this mean we continue to pay dues? And the MCL benefits, sir, are available to members who continue to pay their dues, and they're also available to retirees who continue to pay their dues. But we'll give it a minute or so, Nick, and see if anybody else sends any questions through about the MCL benefits. And I do appreciate you joining us today.
Yeah, if the other one that's been a big success under the legal services is the property tax appeals. Everyone's property taxes are going through the roof. All you need to do is contact me on that 877 number, have your property tax property index number available, and from there I do the analysis and file an appeal if it's necessary. I handle the whole process for free. That season is opening up again. No matter what county you're in, it's probably safe to give me a call after July 1st with your index number, because there's certain periods of time in the year that you could file your property tax appeal. It's not open yet for appeals, but it will be after July 1st, just to let everyone know.
Great, thank you. I actually don't see any other questions coming through,
okay.
So we appreciate you joining us, Nick, and I'm
Thank
sure
you,
that
Sherry.
I will
Thank
talk
you,
with
everyone.
You soon.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I will talk to you soon.
Sounds good. You
Bye-bye.
have a good afternoon, Nick. Thank you.
You too, Sherry. Bye-bye.
Thank you. So for everyone who is still with us, a few of you have dropped off, and I understand that because it's a busy weekend. I am going to return and speak about health benefits. But before we do that, we're going to take a 5-minute break, and then I'm going to come back. Now, this is scheduled to go until 2 o'clock. I will tell you that we're definitely going to go a little bit past 2 o'clock because health benefits are a minimum of a half hour, 45 minutes. So I do apologize. We're going to go a little bit late. This is the first time that we've added Nick to the presentation, and the Hancock presentation was a little bit different than before, and I didn't quite know how to gauge the time. If you cannot stay with us past 2 o'clock, please know that we are recording this and we will post it to our website, the Fund Office website. So we'll take about a 5-minute break. So how about a 6-minute break? So I'll see you back here at 1:45. Okay, we're back. So thank you to all of you who have stuck with us. I see a few more people had to drop off. Again, I understand that's a busy weekend, a lot of things to do, and we are running a little bit late, and I do apologize for that. So our last segment today is retiree health care benefits. So we're going to talk about eligibility requirements. We'll talk about premiums. We'll talk about the active health benefits versus the retiree health benefits. We'll talk about the circumstances under which you can postpone enrollment in the retiree benefits. And we'll talk about the coverage itself, both before Medicare comes into play and after Medicare comes into play. So the first question, are you eligible for retiree health care benefits? So although you only need 5 years of vesting credit to be eligible for a pension benefit, in general, you need 10 years of vesting credit to qualify for retiree health care benefits. And 10 years is the minimum. Remember that you can earn a maximum of 1 year of vesting credit per calendar year. So if you go back and you look at the paperwork that we mailed out to you, the paperwork with the A at the top right corner that shows all your years of pension credit, at the bottom of that piece of paper, it shows your total years of vesting credit. So 10 years of vesting credit, provided that you never had 3 or more years where you didn't have credit. If at some time you had a 3-year period without earning any pension credit, then you need at least 15 years of vesting credit in order to be eligible for the retiree health care benefits. So in years past, I used to speak about the coverage first, and as I talked about the coverage, people would raise their hand when we were live in person at the seminar, or people would be typing questions for the webinar, just simply asking questions about what everything costs. So what I did, I believe 2 webinars ago, was move the premiums up front. So let's talk about what it all costs first, and then we will talk about the coverage itself. So you have 3 different types of coverage that are available to you and that you can elect to pick up as a retiree, provided that you have either the 10 or the 15 years of vesting credit that are needed. Okay, you have Blue Cross and Blue Shield, which is called comprehensive Medicare medical benefits here, and that can be either a primary coverage or a Medicare supplement. So these first 2 columns here are Blue Cross and Blue Shield. Okay. The second column here is for prescription drug coverage through Express Scripts. And then the other 2 coverages I don't have on this slide. They have separate slides of their own. The other 2 coverages are vision and dental coverage. Okay. So all of them are independent elections. You can choose to take the Blue Cross Blue Shield and not to take the prescription coverage, or you can choose to take prescription coverage and not take Blue Cross Blue Shield. You can choose only to take vision coverage, or you can choose only to take dental coverage, or you can choose any combination of those 4 types of coverages. So they're all independent elections. Okay. To go along with that statement, though, I will say that in order for a spouse or dependent children to be covered by a certain type of coverage, be it the Blue Cross or the prescription or the vision or the dental, the participant, the carpenter himself, must have the coverage. So, for example, if the carpenter does not take prescription coverage, then the spouse and or dependent children cannot take prescription coverage. Okay. In order for a spouse or dependent children to be covered by any one of the 4 different types of coverage, the carpenter must be covered by that type of coverage. Okay. So that said, let's look at the actual premiums. The premiums for the Blue Cross and Blue Shield, and these are the 2 different Blue Cross and Blue Shields. The first column is before Medicare, and the second column is after Medicare when we're a Medicare supplement. And then the third column is prescription drug coverage. These premiums are based on how many years of vesting credit you have earned. So on your A individual credit printout with the A on the top right corner. Look at your years of vesting credit, and then you find your years of vesting credit down the left-hand column here. Most of you registered today had vesting credit in the high 20s or even at the 30 or more year mark. Okay, so we're going to use the 30 or more vesting tier for premiums. So if you have at least 30 years of vesting service for Blue Cross Blue Shield comprehensive Medicare medical benefits before Medicare comes into play, and Medicare generally comes into play at age 65. Okay, so pre-65, pre-Medicare, if you have 30 or more years of vesting service, you're going to pay $187 per person per month for Blue Cross Blue Shield. You're also going to, if you choose to pick up prescription drug coverage, going to pay $75 per person per month for prescription drug coverage. So you're going to have to do a little bit of math to figure out where your premium actually lands. Okay, I'll do vision and dental premiums after we look at this. Okay. So if you have two people covered by Blue Cross Blue Shield and neither of those people are Medicare eligible, it's 187 times 2. And then if you also want prescription drug coverage for those two people, it's an additional 75 times 2, an additional $150 a month. If you have, again, I'm just going to use two people, a carpenter and a spouse. You may have dependent kids, which is fine. We can cover dependent children up to age 26 and even past 26 if those dependent children are disabled and we have certification of disability on file. So carpenter, spouse, dependent kids up to 26 or past 26 if the dependent children are disabled. Perhaps you or your spouse, you maybe aren't born in the exact same month, so one of you is going to get Medicare before the other one. One of you is going to turn age 65 before the other person turns 65. So what would happen then is if you have one person who's 65 and on Medicare, they will be on our Blue Cross Blue Shield Medicare Comprehensive Supplement, paying $47 a month for the one person who's already on Medicare, and the person who's not on Medicare would pay the $187. So it's $187 plus $47 plus 2 times $75 if one person's Medicare and one person's not. If both people are Medicare, if both the carpenter and the spouse are Medicare eligible, you'd each pay $47 a month for the Medicare supplements, so 47 times 2, plus 75 times 2 for each of you to have the prescription drug coverage. Okay. If you have dependent children, you'd add in an additional monthly premium for each dependent child. Again, most kids are not going to be Medicare eligible, so you'd be looking at this first column on the Blue Cross Blue Shield. If you do have a disabled dependent child who is also Medicare eligible, then you'd look at the Medicare supplement column. So these first two columns, you make a choice. They're both for Blue Cross Blue Shield. It's just one column is pre-Medicare, one column is after Medicare. Okay. As far as the vision and dental coverage goes, I'm just going to switch screens down a little bit, and I'll get rid of those drawings on there in 1 second. Almost there. So your dental coverage, premium for dental coverage, for one person, if just the carpenter is enrolled in dental coverage, the dental premium is $44.53 a month. If a carpenter and spouse together are enrolled in dental coverage, the total premium is $86.42 a month. And then if you have dependent children still covered, a family of 3 or more is a total of $153.33 a month. Now, these dental premiums, I know the slides are down a little bit, but if you have the health benefits handout, The premium chart with the tiered premiums is on page 1, and then the vision and the dental premiums are actually on page 2 of the handouts. Okay. So that's dental coverage. These dental premiums are not necessarily per person per month. They're by the number of individuals enrolled in the coverage. Okay. Same thing with vision coverage. If just the carpenter is enrolled in vision coverage, vision is an additional $6.20 per month. If it's 2 people, a carpenter and a spouse, enrolled in vision coverage, it's $11.96 a month. And then if there's a family, if you have dependent children still covered, it's $18.22 per month for vision coverage. Okay. Again, those premiums are on the handouts, page 2 for the health benefits handout. So I'm going to get back to the chart with the tiered premiums on it so we can see it. I apologize for the back and forth here. Okay. When you look at these premiums, I sometimes feel like it's a bit of sticker shock. You know, many of you registered today. You've been an active working carpenter for your entire career, and your health benefits were just part of your benefits package. You're not used to paying a premium on a monthly basis for health benefits. Okay. So although there is a definite cost here associated with the retiree benefits, I would encourage you to go check out in the marketplace and see what health insurance costs that is not through the pension fund office. Okay. You will find that these premiums are incredibly reasonable. And the reason these premiums are so reasonable is because the retiree health benefit premiums for the Blue Cross Blue Shield and for the prescription coverage are highly subsidized by the active working carpenter hourly contribution from the employers. If you are someone who has 30 or more years of vesting credit, these premiums only represent about a quarter of the true cost of coverage. They are subsidized at a 30-year level, a 30-year vesting tier level. The premiums are subsidized by about 75% by the active working carpenter hours. Even if you're someone who only has 10 years of vesting credit, these premiums are still highly subsidized by the active working carpenter hours. And the 10-year level is subsidized by about 40% by the active working hours. Overall, across the retiree plan as a whole, all of the premiums we collect every month from the retirees, from the deductions from the pension checks, only cover about 33% of the true cost to the welfare plan of what the retiree coverage actually costs the plan to maintain. So when Nick was speaking, he was talking about the Midwest Coalition of Labor Benefits, and someone asked the question about dues. Do you have to pay your dues in retirement? So to be eligible for those MCL benefits, you do need to continue dues in retirement. Dues are always, from the fund office, you're always referred back to your local. You should talk to your local about your dues and what benefits you get from maintaining your dues as a retiree. But another thing that you need to maintain dues for is if you have that HRA debit card that started about 2 years ago, if you have a balance on your HRA debit card, you can use that HRA debit card to get reimbursed for retiree health care premiums from the HRA. But in order to continue to use that HRA card in retirement to either cover premium costs or to cover retiree deductibles or out-of-pocket maxes, you do still need to be a member in good standing with your local union. So that's an important thing to understand. Premiums are always deducted from your monthly pension check. Okay. And if you want to use the HRA card to cover your premiums, if you're still a member in good standing with the local, then what you do is you call the pension fund office and we will send you a printout of the premiums that were deducted from your monthly pension check. And you use that deduction printout in order to get CYC, Connect Your Care, who is the provider, the record keeper for the health reimbursement account, to reimburse you directly. The other thing I would like to mention about premiums is that these premiums are the same premiums that have been in place since 2011. So it's been 10 years since there's been any kind of retiree premium increase on the Blue Cross Blue Shield or the prescription drug coverage. Your trustees know and recognize that healthcare benefits and the premiums you need to pay for healthcare while you are a retiree, your trustees know and recognize that, that premium, keeping that premium as low as possible is definitely an integral part of your retirement benefits package. So they have definitely tried to the best extent possible not to increase those retiree premiums any more than absolutely necessary. Can I guarantee you that these premiums will never go up? Of course I can't. Your trustees need to be responsive to the demands on the plan and the ever increasing cost of health benefits. But they do try and keep the premiums as low as possible. And again, if you think that these premiums are expensive, I really do urge you to go out and do some comparison shopping. The fund office makes no profit at all on the retiree premiums. I've just spent some time telling you how much the active hours actually subsidize these retiree premiums. And if you do find premiums that are less than this, make sure you check out the coverage, because we're going to talk about the retiree coverage, and it's pretty darn good coverage. So some things to keep in mind. So let's talk about when the retiree health care benefits begin. So if when you initially apply for and start your pension, if you are not eligible for the active plan of benefits when your pension benefits start, then your retiree health care benefits will begin on your pension award date. So that's the month in which we issue your first pension check. So if you are not currently eligible for the active health care benefit plan because of the hours that you've worked, your health benefits under the retiree plan start on your pension award date. Okay. If you are eligible for your active working carpenter health benefits at the time your pension benefit starts, then there's two different ways the scenario can go for how your health benefits under the retiree plan start. So scenario one is just your retiree benefits start as soon as your active benefits end. Okay. The act of starting your pension, applying for pension, starting your pension, does not mean that your active health care benefits will discontinue immediately. You're going to keep those active health benefits through any quarter that you have enough hours to be eligible for the active benefits. So in general, to be eligible for active health care benefits, we do a 4-quarter look back, and if you have at least 1,000 hours accumulated in the last 4 quarters, you maintain eligibility for the active benefits. And in fact, over the course of 2020 and now into 2021, due to COVID, the trustees decreased that 1,000-hour look-back requirement down to 750 hours. So if you have 750 working hours in the last 4 quarters, you're still going to maintain eligibility for the active working carpenter health benefits, even though you have started pension. After you fall below that look back, the 1,000 hours, or like I say, now it's a 750 due to COVID. After you fall below that 1,000 hours, your eligibility for the active benefits will end, but then you will move on to the retiree health care benefits. Okay. We have you fill out forms at the time you fill out your pension application, and we will look at the forms, they're part of the packet. We have you fill out forms at the time of your pension application, even if you're still actively eligible under the active plan. You fill out the forms to tell us what you are going to want, what type of coverage you're going to want when you move to the retiree plan. And when we process your pension application, we put the proper coding into your pension record to tell the computer programming, hey, when the active benefits end, retiree John decided he wanted Blue Cross Blue Shield and he wanted prescription and he wanted vision, but he did not want dental coverage. So the computer system is actually programmed to move you right away from the active benefits to the retiree benefits. So when your active benefits end and you move to the retiree benefits, that is the time that we will start taking the premium deduction out of your monthly pension check. As long as you're still eligible for active benefits, you do not pay the retiree premium. The retiree premium doesn't start until after your active benefits end. Okay? So in general, active benefits, you move on to the retiree benefits. Okay. You have a second option. Okay. Under the second option, you can move from your active benefits onto something called COBRA to extend your active benefits for up to a maximum of 18 months. And then after that 18 months of COBRA is over with, then you move on to the retiree benefits. Now, COBRA is nothing. One moment, please. Sorry, talking too much. I needed a little sip of water there. COBRA is nothing mysterious. Sometimes people hear COBRA and they think, what the devil is COBRA? COBRA is simply an acronym that stands for the name of a law. And that law is the Consolidated Omnibus Budget Reconciliation Act, COBRA, C-O-B-R-A. That was passed in the 80s. I want to say it was 1985 or 1986. And all this law says is that when you're losing eligibility for a health care plan, be it our health care plan or a health care plan for someone working out there in corporate America, the employer has to give you the opportunity to buy continuation coverage, to continue those active benefits for a period of a maximum of 18 months. Okay, so if you choose to do COBRA, and we'll talk about premiums in just a minute, if you choose to go from your active benefits onto COBRA to maintain your active benefits for another 18 months, then your retiree benefits will start after your COBRA coverage ends. Okay. Now, this is an option because COBRA is a bit expensive. And in the handouts, in the health benefit handouts on page H3, we've already looked at what the retiree benefits are going to cost you. Okay. If you choose to take COBRA, and if you want the full package of active benefits, including dental and vision coverage, the COBRA premium is $632 per person per month. $632 per person per month. If you have a family covered, you have some dependent children still, then COBRA coverage to continue those active benefits for family coverage is $1,561 a month. Okay. If you disregard vision and dental, you do not enroll in COBRA vision and dental, then the per person per month COBRA premium is $574. Okay. And the family COBRA premium without vision and dental is $1,417. So depending on your years of vesting service and how much the retiree coverage is going to cost you, if you have a significant number of years of vesting service, the retiree coverage may cost you less, in fact, will probably cost you less than continuation coverage under COBRA, in which case you can come from the active benefits directly to the retiree benefits. If you have fewer years of vesting credit, maybe you only have 10 years of vesting credit, then it's possible, depending on you, your spouse, and if you have some dependent children, a COBRA plan or a family COBRA plan to continue those active benefits for an additional 18 months may cost you less than the retiree plan of benefits. Okay, so you can go active to retiree or active to COBRA for 18 and then come on to retiree and start paying retiree benefits after the COBRA program ends. Okay, so two different choices. COBRA is by no means mandatory. In fact, the retiree benefits themselves are by no means mandatory. They're just optional coverages that you can enroll in. Okay. I do want everyone to understand something, and this may be a factor for you in deciding whether you want to go from the active plan directly to the retiree plan, or if you would like to do the COBRA plan for 18 months, or maybe even less than 18 months. 18 months is the maximum on COBRA. You don't have to continue the active benefits under COBRA for 18 if you want to, but this is important, okay? Your active plan deductibles and out-of-pocket maximums do not carry over from the active plan to the retiree plan, okay? So your active plan runs on a quarterly basis. Most of you have been actively eligible for those active benefits for quite some time. It runs on a quarterly basis, and the quarters begin in March, in June, in September, and in December. Okay. So if you are someone whose hours, your 1,000-hour look back is going to run out and you're going to move to the retiree plan mid-year, actually whenever you move to the retiree plan, but we're going to use mid-year as an example. When you move from the active plan to the retiree plan, you need to meet a new deductible and a new out-of-pocket maximum. And our slides coming up show the retiree deductibles and out-of-pocket maximums. Okay, so if you have already met those deductibles under the active plan of benefits and you move directly to the retiree plan, you need to meet a new set of deductibles and out-of-pocket maximums. So if you are someone, or if maybe your spouse or children have some underlying health conditions where you have already met your deductibles and co-payments for the year, and deductibles and out-of-pocket maximums for the year, you might want to consider picking up the COBRA coverage at least for a short period of time, especially if you're someone who's moving from the active plan to the retiree plan, say in the month of December. If you've met your active plan deductibles and out-of-pocket maximums for the calendar year already, you might want to pick up COBRA just for the month of December. You don't have to take COBRA for a whole 18 months because under COBRA, you do not have to meet a new set of deductibles and out-of-pocket maxes. COBRA is just an extension of your same active plan of benefits. So if you have already met your deductibles and out-of-pocket maximums under your active plan, picking up COBRA, you would not have to meet those deductibles and out-of-pocket maxes again. But when you move to the retiree plan, you do have to meet new deductibles and out-of-pocket maximums. Okay. Also, something to keep in mind, retiree coverage does not include the ComPsych network, and that's behavioral health or substance use disorder. We used to call it mental health and drug abuse. Okay, they have new politically correct names. So the retiree coverage doesn't include the ComPsych network for these things, but those things are covered by your retiree Blue Cross Blue Shield. You just don't go through the ComPsych network anymore like you do under the active plan of benefits. Also, the retiree plan of benefits does not have the Absolute Solutions Network, and that under the active plan of benefit is getting radiology or imaging done at 100% without a copayment. Now, radiology and imaging is covered under the retiree plan, but it's covered under the retiree Blue Cross and Blue Shield. So I am not telling you there's no coverage for behavioral health or substance use disorder. I am not saying that there's no coverage for radiology or for imaging. I'm just telling you that under the retiree plan, those things are covered under the Blue Cross Blue Shield portion of the retiree plan. So if you want those coverages, you need to make sure that you're enrolling in the retiree Blue Cross and Blue Shield coverage. Okay. On the handout, the health benefit handout, if you look at page H5, that's where the enrollment form is located for the retiree coverage. And you can see that there are circles on the form for comprehensive medical benefits. So if you want to elect the Blue Cross Blue Shield comprehensive medical or Medicare supplement, you elect that with the circles. Part C of the form with the squares is where you make the election about prescription drug coverage. Part D of the form with the diamonds is where you make an election as to whether or not you want coverage for dental. And then Part E of the form with the triangles, that's where you make the election on the form whether or not you want retiree vision coverage. So again, all separate elections under the plan, under the retiree plan. Okay, so I see a lot of you typing questions already, which is fine. We'll get to the questions. What happens if you do not elect coverage at the time you retire? So when you file your pension papers, maybe you have other coverage. Perhaps your spouse works outside the home and you have coverage through your spouse's employer insurance, or maybe you have purchased some coverage out there on the marketplace. When and how can you come back to the retiree coverage? So you, your spouse, or your dependent children can postpone coverage under the retiree plan, provided that the individual who's going to postpone has coverage with another health care plan, continuous coverage with another plan. So continuous here is actually the key word, continuous coverage with another health care plan. So if you go on pension, you start your pension, you don't take the retiree health benefits, and a year later or 2 years later, you want to come back and enroll in the retiree health care benefits, we're going to ask you to provide evidence to us in the form of a certificate of creditable coverage or having the other health care plan fill out a form. You have to prove that you've had continuous other coverage with another health care provider in order to come back to the Carpenters retiree health benefits plan at a later date. Okay. The other health care plan does not necessarily have to be an employer plan. Okay. That other plan can be something purchased on the marketplace, independently. The retiree health care benefits must begin immediately following termination of the other plan. So there cannot be a gap between the other plan and the retiree plan. And you would have to request enrollment forms from the fund office at least 30 days before coverage under the other health care plan ends. Okay, and you need to request those forms. We're going to send you those forms at the time you apply for pension, assuming that you're going to enroll right off the bat, when the pension starts, when your active benefits end. But if you fill out the retiree health benefit forms indicating that you do not want to take retiree coverage when your pension starts, then later on down the road, when you're ready to come on to the coverage, you will have to call the pension fund office to request new enrollment forms. And you want to make sure you do that at least 30 days before other coverage ends. Okay. So let me take a look at some of the questions, and we are still going to go over the coverages. I just see quite a few questions coming in, so I want to see what's here and see if there's anything I can answer before we talk about the coverage itself. We're going to talk about continuation coverage for a spouse. A question is about if someone, either a carpenter or a spouse, is already on Medicare, are they still able to enroll in vision and dental coverage? And the answer is absolutely yes. Our retiree vision and dental coverage is indeed available to both pre-Medicare and people who are already on Medicare. So we just talked about postponing coverage because you're on the spouse's coverage. If your spouse's coverage or if an independent coverage that you have purchased out there in the marketplace does not provide you with vision and dental coverage, or one or the other, you could postpone the Carpenters Blue Cross Blue Shield and prescription coverage and just pick up the Carpenters vision and dental coverage right away as soon as your pension starts, because your other plan, maybe your spouse's plan or an independent plan that you've purchased out there on the marketplace, maybe they don't include vision and dental. So you could start those two parts of the Carpenters retiree coverage right away, and then you could add on the Carpenters Blue Cross and prescription benefits later on when the other coverage is going to end. Just remember that that other coverage needs to be continuous coverage. A question about, can you pay the health benefit premiums by submitting a check, or does the premium have to be deducted from your pension check? The premium must be deducted from your pension check. So we have about 9,000 pensioners who are enrolled in retiree health benefits, and we do not have the staffing to process 9,000 premium checks every month. The only exception to the rule that you have to have the premium deducted from your pension check is in the very, very rare case that your pension check is not enough to cover the total cost of your premiums. Then you can submit premiums. In fact, you would need to submit premiums directly to the pension fund. Out of the 9,000 people that are currently covered, about 200 people have to send us a check every month. And some of those are surviving spouses who don't get a pension check. So, and again, we'll talk about surviving spouse coverage in just a little bit. So the answer is yes, the premium must be deducted from your pension check. When you come onto the retiree benefits, if you are not yet Medicare eligible, that's perfectly fine. You'll go on to the comprehensive medical benefits, where we are your primary carrier. And then when you become Medicare eligible, the Carpenters plan will become a secondary payer to your Medicare. If you get Medicare before your spouse, or if your spouse gets Medicare before you, whoever becomes Medicare eligible moves to the Medicare supplement first, and the other party stays on our Blue Cross Blue Shield pre-Medicare comprehensive program until that other individual also becomes Medicare eligible at whatever later date that might be. Question about, does the premium for vision and dental coverage change once you're Medicare eligible? No. The only premium that changes once you're Medicare eligible is the Blue Cross Blue Shield premium, because prior to Medicare, Blue Cross Blue Shield is your primary carrier, so you're paying more for Blue Cross Blue Shield coverage while we're still the primary carrier. Once Medicare comes into play and you become Medicare eligible, the Blue Cross Blue Shield becomes a secondary payer to the Medicare. Medicare pays primary and Blue Cross Blue Shield pays secondary, and your Blue Cross Blue Shield premium goes down. So let's look at the coverage on the comprehensive major medical. So this is pre-Medicare. You're not Medicare eligible yet. Okay, you or your spouse or your dependent child, whoever the case may be, this person is not yet Medicare eligible. So just like the active plan, we have a PPO network, and you want to be utilizing providers and hospitals that are within the PPO network as much as possible. So you have a $300 deductible per person per year. If you have family coverage where you have a carpenter, a spouse, and more than one child, then you'd have a $600 family deductible for PPO. If if you are also using a non-PPO provider for some reason, you have a separate and additional $600 per person per year annual deductible. So you want to stay in the PPO network as much as possible. If you're in network and out of network, you're going to have a combined deductible of $900 a year, which is quite a bit of money. So if you're staying in network, $300 for the deductible. After you meet your deductible, the plan pays 80% of usual and customary services, and you are responsible for the other 20%. You, however, have an annual coinsurance maximum. So if at any point in time during the calendar year, this 20% that you are required to pay, if that adds up to $2,000, then your coverage increases to 100% for the balance of that calendar year. So the most you'd have to pay out of pocket for any individual person per calendar year, assuming you're using the PPO network, is a $300 deductible plus a $2,000 coinsurance maximum. So your maximum liability, provided that you're using the PPO network, is $300 for the deductible and $2,000 for the coinsurance maximum, the 20%, $2,300 maximum liability per person per year under the plan. If you are also using non-PPO providers, coverage is only at 60/40, and then you also have a separate individual coinsurance maximum on that. Okay. Of $6,000. I'm sorry, $6,000. You have, as we have had under the active plan for years now, if you utilize emergency room services and if you are treated and released, you have a $250 emergency room copayment. But if you are admitted to the hospital directly from the emergency room, or you go back to the hospital and you're readmitted for the same, if you're readmitted for the same condition or held in observation, the $250 emergency copayment will be waived. So that's pre-Medicare, your Blue Cross Blue Shield coverage. Once you are Medicare eligible, generally age 65, some people get Medicare prior to 65 if they are disabled. So if you're getting Social Security disability, you generally get Medicare 2 years, 24 months after your Social Security disability starts. So some people, Medicare, again, just kind of like Cobra, Medicare is this mysterious thing, and they know that there's two parts to Medicare, but what does it all mean? So in its simplest terms, Medicare has two parts, Medicare Part A and Medicare Part B. Medicare Part A is the part of Medicare that pays the hospital facility charges, the room charges, the operating room charges, the nursing services, all of those types of things while you are a bed patient and inpatient in a hospital. Medicare Part B is the part of Medicare that pays the doctor bills, the professional fees, what the charge is for a doctor's office visit, what the surgeon charges to actually do the operation, even though the operating room is covered by Medicare Part A because that's a hospital facility charge. What the surgeon actually charges to do an operation is covered by Medicare Part B. So the professional fees, your lab tests, and some preventive services are covered by Medicare Part B. So Part A is the facility, Part A is the hospital building, and Part B is the professional fees. Okay, so that's kind of Medicare in a nutshell. You can go to medicare.gov on the website, and you can get more detailed information about what Medicare does and doesn't cover on the Medicare website. Okay, so once you become Medicare eligible, the Carpenters Blue Cross Blue Shield automatically becomes a secondary payer to Medicare. Medicare becomes your primary carrier. Okay, and this is how the Carpenters Blue Cross Blue Shield supplements Medicare. On the Medicare Part A, and remember the Medicare Part A is for the hospital facility, when you're admitted to the hospital under Medicare, you have a deductible, and for 2021, that deductible is $1,484 for the first 60 days that you might be in the hospital. Your Carpenters Blue Cross Blue Shield supplement pays that full deductible, so you do not have to worry about that Medicare Part A deductible. The Carpenters supplement pays it. In the rare situation, because nowadays it's very rare to be in the hospital for anything even approaching 2 months or 60 days, under Medicare, when you are a bed patient in a hospital, for days 61 through 90 of care, you have a daily deductible of $371. Your Carpenters Blue Cross Blue Shield Medicare supplement pays that $371 copayment, so you don't need to worry about that. So between Medicare and your Carpenters Blue Cross Blue Shield, your hospital facility charges end up being covered at nearly 100%. On the Medicare Part B, the professional fees, the doctor bills, Medicare Part B, again, Medicare is your primary, even for the professional fees, but you have a Medicare Part B premium. So your Carpenter's premium is going to go down when you become Medicare eligible. So on the premium chart that we looked at a couple of slides ago, instead of paying the pre-Medicare premium in that far left-hand column, you would pay the Medicare supplement premium in the middle column. So for somebody with 30 years of service, the premium, once you become Medicare, goes down from $187 a month down to $47 a month. So you end up with $140 back on your pension check. Your premium for retiree coverage goes down by $140 because the Carpenters Blue Cross Blue Shield becomes secondary to Medicare. So you get $140 back in your pocket from Carpenters, back on your pension check, but you will start paying Medicare, usually through a deduction from your Social Security check, a Part B premium of $148.50 a month. Okay, so you actually end up paying a little bit more a month once you move on to Medicare, but the Carpenters premium comes down. So Medicare Part B becomes your primary carrier. Before Medicare B pays anything, you have a Medicare Part B annual deductible. For 2021, that deductible is $203. But your Carpenters Blue Cross Blue Shield supplement pays the Medicare Part B deductible. So you do not have to pay that $203. Your Carpenters Blue Cross Blue Shield supplement pays the $203. So after that annual deductible, Medicare is going to pay 80% of professional fees, and then your Carpenter's supplement plan is going to pay the other 20%. So between Medicare and the Carpenter's Blue Cross Blue Shield supplement, you're very well covered for hospital facility and for professional fee coverage. Okay. I would like to mention that once you move on to the Carpenter's Retiree Plan, Blue Cross Blue Shield, either pre-Medicare or post-Medicare, all through your active eligibility, you've been used to calling the fund office for your claim information. If you have a question about a claim or question about a payment of a claim, under the active plan, you call the fund office. Under the retiree plan, if you have a question about a claim, you're going to you're going to call Blue Cross and Blue Shield. Blue Cross and Blue Shield processes the retiree claims. You will also get new Blue Cross Blue Shield cards, new Express Scripts prescription cards, new Delta dental cards. You will get all new cards under the retiree plans because the group number will change when you move on to the retiree plan. Okay, so retiree claims pre or post Medicare will be processed by Blue Cross and Blue Shield. Okay, so that's the medical portion of coverage. Let's talk for a moment about your prescription drug coverage. Retirees, if you pick up the prescription drug coverage, that retiree coverage is also through Express Scripts, just like your active working carpenter benefits are through Express Scripts. And the coverage is the same as the active plan, okay? And we'll look at deductibles and copayments in just a moment. For probably 20 years now, we've had a mail order program in place where you cannot continually get your 30-day supplies of medication at the pharmacy. Any long-term medication that you take, so for example, I'm diabetic. I take a metformin pill every single day. Okay. My husband takes cholesterol lowering medication. He takes a cholesterol pill every single day. So those are long-term medications, and those have to be filled either by the mail order program through Express Scripts. Okay, so you go to Express Scripts mail order program. We get a 3-month supply of our long-term medications delivered to our home once every 3 months from Express Scripts mail order program. Okay. Starting May 1st, this is a brand new option, and it really hasn't even been publicized too much yet for both the active carpenter plan and for the retiree plan. There will be an additional option. You can still keep getting your long-term medication through Express Scripts mail order program, okay? Or you can move to a new program called Walgreens 90. So that is not yet effective because right now we're still in April. You got a couple more weeks to wait before this would be effective. But effective May 1st of this year, if you choose to, instead of getting your 90-day supply through Express Scripts mail order program, you can get a 90-day supply of maintenance medication, long-term medication through Walgreens for the same copayment that you would have through Express Scripts mail order. So it's just an additional option available to you. Okay. Your copayments are the same under the retiree plan for prescriptions as they were under the active plan. So if you're getting a generic prescription filled at retail, say you need an antibiotic filled at retail, you're going to have a $5 copayment for a generic. Okay. If you take a generic medication through home delivery or through Walgreens 90, you're going to get a 90-day supply for a $12.50 copayment. If you take a single source brand medication, and that means it's a newer medication where a generic does not yet exist, you're going to have a 20% copayment at retail with a $10 minimum and a $100 maximum. If you get that through home delivery for a 90-day supply, you'd still have a 20% copayment with a $25 minimum and a $250 maximum. Multi-source brand, that means a generic exists, but for some reason, either you or your doctor want you to take the brand name, then you have a 35% copayment. At retail for a 30-day supply, you have a $20 minimum, and home delivery or Walgreens 90 for a 90-day supply, you still have the 35% with a $50 minimum copayment. Okay. Specialty drugs. Specialty drugs are drugs that are used for treatment of things like cancer. Is a big one. Specialty drugs are usually injectables, and they require special handling usually, and they are extremely expensive. Just to give you an idea, some statistics I have here that aren't on your slide. For generic prescriptions that were filled during 2019, the average cost to the plan, to the welfare plan, when a generic prescription was filled was $22.14. That's what the plan paid, $22.14. And then you, the carpenter, still had your $5 copayment or your $12.50 copayment at home delivery. For brand name drugs, both single and multi-source, the average cost per prescription to the plan was $543. Now, you, the carpenter, of course, still had your copayment, but we went from $22 that the plan paid for a generic to $5.43 per prescription that the plan pays for a brand prescription. Specialty drugs, for one fill, and it's only a 30-day supply, the average that the plan pays for a specialty drug fill is $3,700 per fill. So you have a 20% copayment on specialty drugs for a 30-day supply, a $20 minimum and a $100 maximum. So when you see that $100 maximum on a 30-day supply of a specialty drug, it sounds like a lot of money, but when you consider the fact that the average specialty drug runs the plan at a cost of $3,700, the $100 copayment really isn't that much. You do have some out-of-pocket maxes on prescription drugs. They fall into three different categories. One is for specialty, one is for single source, and one is for multi-source. So if at any point in time during the calendar year you hit an out-of-pocket max of $1,500 in any of these categories, your coverage for that particular category of drug would increase to 100% for the balance of the calendar year. We already went over dental coverage premiums. The chart with the dental coverage is in the handouts, and it's on page H23 of the handouts for the dental coverage. So you can take a look at that chart on your own out of the handouts. The same thing with vision coverage. We already went over the premiums for the vision coverage with VSP Vision. The actual coverage chart for vision is on page H26 of the health benefit handouts. Okay. There is open enrollment for retiree vision and dental. So once a year, it usually starts in January and runs through March 15. If you do not have retiree vision and dental coverage, you are allowed to do open enrollment. Coverage starts April 1st of that same calendar year. However, if you have services and cancel coverage, you cannot re-enroll during open enrollment for a 2-year period. So there's a 2-year waiting period if you enroll, have services, and then drop coverage. Retiree plan includes hearing benefits if you are enrolled in Retiree Blue Cross and Blue Shield. So you have to be enrolled in the Retiree Blue Cross and Blue Shield to have hearing coverage. A hearing exam is covered at 100%, up to $150 every 2 years. That's a new benefit. It just started in 2019. Retirees have had hearing aid coverage for a long time, but it was only a $1,500 benefit. Also in 2019, hearing aid coverage was expanded to $5,000 once every 5 years. It is not mandatory, but it is recommended that you utilize the Epic Hearing Network. You get a bigger bang for your buck. You get some discounts through Epic Hearing because they're affiliated with the fund. So you do not have to use Epic, but it's recommended. For the carpenter or the spouse, chiropractor, acupuncture, and napapathy care are covered, subject to these visit limitations per calendar year. Also, the carpenter and a spouse can take advantage of Health Dynamics and get a full physical exam at no copay, no out of pocket once every year. The chiropractor, acupuncture, and naturopathy care and the Health Dynamics are not available to dependent children, just to the carpenter and to a spouse. And again, the individual must be covered under the retiree comprehensive medical, the Blue Cross Blue Shield, either pre-Medicare or the Medicare supplement. So you have to have retiree Blue Cross Blue Shield to be eligible for these. Also, the retiree, the carpenter, has a $25,000 life insurance benefit if the carpenter passes away before reaching his or her 65th birthday. So if the carpenter passes away pre-65 and is enrolled in the retiree Blue Cross and Blue Shield, there's a $25,000 benefit paid from the Hartford. Okay. Upon reaching age 65, you can convert that through the Hartford to an individual self-pay policy. And you could give us a call if you want details on that. But this $25,000 is strictly for the carpenter passing pre-65. Okay. We have our Carpenters Health Center and our Carpenters Vision Center out at the Lisle campus. If you are enrolled in the retiree Blue Cross Blue Shield, either pre-Medicare or post-Medicare, you can use the Health Center. And if you are enrolled in the Carpenters Vision coverage, you can use the Carpenters Vision Center out in Lisle. So both of these are available to retirees, provided that you're enrolled in the Blue Cross Blue Shield or the Vision coverage. Several questions have come through on the questions, and I will get back to questions, but a lot of questions about what health care benefits will my surviving spouse receive. And several years ago, the answer to this is we do not continue coverage for surviving spouses. But in 2019, the plan changed. Your surviving spouse can continue health benefits at the same premiums that the retired carpenter pays, and the surviving spouse can continue that benefit for the surviving spouse's lifetime, provided that the surviving spouse does not remarry. So this is a little bit different than the pension payment options. When we talked about the 50%, the 75%, and the 100% surviving spouse payment options on the pension money, I told you that those money options, the pension check, would still continue regardless of whether or not a surviving spouse subsequently remarries. That is true about the pension money. On the health benefits, those health benefits continue for a surviving spouse until such time as that surviving spouse might subsequently remarry. So if a surviving spouse subsequently remarries, the retiree health benefits would end. Okay, but the premiums are the same as the retired carpenter pays. Also, if you take a 60 certain pension payment option where your surviving spouse is not getting a monthly pension, the surviving spouse still can continue the same health benefits that the surviving spouse had prior to the carpenter's passing. And that's a situation where someone would need to actually submit a payment to the fund office because there would be no monthly check to hold a deduction from. So I am going to get to the questions just in case for some of you who need to leave because we're almost an hour past time, and I certainly do apologize for that. Please remember, if you need to leave us before I go through the questions, to take a look at the survey. If you give us a couple of minutes to complete that survey, I would appreciate it. Remember, you can call the fund office with any individual questions. We can answer questions over the phone, or if you want to set up an appointment for a dedicated, hour, hour and a half to go over any pension paperwork or any personalized questions with the staff, we can do that. Remember, we're happy to explain the benefits to you, but our staff is not allowed to advise you on benefits. So thank you very much for attending the webinar, for spending part of your Saturday with us. I hope that you found it informative. If there are things that you need to revisit, remember the recording will be posted in about a week on our website, and you're of course welcome to attend a subsequent webinar, or hopefully we'll be able to get back to some in-person seminars. So again, thank you for spending part of your day with us. For those of you who submitted health benefit questions, I right now am turning my attention to those questions, and we'll see what we can answer for you here. So let's see. It's a good standing. A lot of these I'm looking at, I actually answered during the presentation. If your spouse is on disability due to Medicare, your spouse can certainly be on our Carpenters Medicare Blue Cross Blue Shield supplement, provided you, the carpenter, also takes that Blue Cross and Blue Shield. We've talked about the surviving spouse health benefits, lots of questions about those. We talked about coming back to the retiree health benefits after having been covered by another plan, either an independent plan that you buy or by your spouse's coverage through the spouse's employer. A couple of questions about, can the spouse take coverage without the carpenter? And the answer to that is no. In order for a spouse or dependent children to be covered, the retiree also has to pick up coverage. Okay. Once someone is Medicare eligible, the carpenter's plan becomes a secondary payer to the Medicare. There is no change in vision and dental premiums when someone becomes Medicare eligible. I do not see any other health questions. 2 questions just came up about the survey. The survey will show up when you close out of the webinar. So when you go to exit, that's when the survey will show up. So I don't see any other questions coming through. If I missed your question, I certainly apologize. Again, overall, we had around 300 people listening today. So please call the fund office. We're happy to talk with you and answer your individual questions. So I will let you go. I truly appreciate all of those who stuck around to the bitter end. And I hope that I was able to answer some questions for you today. So thank you very much, and enjoy the rest of your weekend.